So we will be discussing some questions, many practice questions to help us handle the PL300 paper. And we'll start right away with this one. So here the question that we will be discussing. You're a Power BI specialist at your organization. In your finance table, you have a column called margin, which is defined as margin is equal to revenue minus cost of goods sold. In your company, there are several different ways people refer to margin. Some people call margin by other terms such as income, profit, or profit margin. To use the Q&A feature successfully in your dashboard, you need to configure your data set columns to enable users to type in variations for margin. Solution: add synonyms to the finance table. Does this solution actually meet the goal you're trying to address? The answer is yes, by allowing people to add synonyms to the finance table. It really helps to meet the goals that we are trying to achieve. Question number 2. You are a Power BI specialist. Question 2, case 1. You are a Power BI specialist. Then in your finance table, you have a column called margin. Also, it's a similar case. To use the Q&A feature successfully, you need to configure your dataset columns to enable users to type in variations for margin. Solution: add a detailed description of how you defined margin and whether that solution is able to address the issue. So the issue there is that it will not address that one because in the modeling section, you can add a description within the properties of a column. A description is helpful for other modelers to understand the purpose of the column. However, this description does not have any impact on how Q&A interprets synonyms. Let's go to question number 3, case 1. You are a Power BI specialist in your organization. In your inventory table, there are several different ways people refer to inventory. Some people call inventory by other terms like stock, supply, parts of supply. To use Q&A feature successfully in your dashboard, you need to configure your inventory table and columns. Let's look at the solution. Set the row label on the inventory table. Does this solution meet the goal? Setting the row label on the inventory table. So for this case, setting the row label on the inventory table actually meets the goal. When you click on the table name in the modeling view, you can assign a row label to the column. A row label allows you to define which column best identifies a row in the table. This label assists Q&A to generate better visualizations as it knows the best column that identifies a table. Question 4, case 1. You are a Power BI specialist at your organization. In your inventory table, there are several different ways people refer to inventory. Some people call inventory by other names, such as stock, supply, parts, and whatever. So to use the Q&A feature successfully in your dashboard, you need to configure your inventory table. Inventory table and also the columns. The solution: use teach Q&A. Does this solution meet the goal? Yes. So when you click on the Q&A setup button in the home ribbon on Power BI, one of the options is to teach Q&A. Teach Q&A allows you to enter in a question in the language that someone in your organization may use, such as what was my stock at the end of August. If Power BI does not know or understand a word such as stock, you are prompted to define what stock refers to. This way, if someone asks a similar question, Power BI will interpret that question correctly. So it's a good way to teach Power BI how to handle such questions. Question 5, case 2. You have the below relationship between sales, products, and employees. The employees table is joined to the products table by category. So category is the key column. And the product table is joined to the sales table by product key. So that is another key column. Your boss asks you to build a visual for each manager sales by subcategory. How do you configure to solve that problem? This is a situation whereby you have two key columns in the table at the middle. So using the star schema, the fact table at the middle, there are two key columns that could be used. How do we deal with such a situation? So looking at the answers here, one of the answers A is to create a hierarchy in the product table for subcategory. B, in the employees table, change employee ID to type text. C is set the cross filter between product and employees to both. And lastly, D, in the model view, change the product table's toggle to is hidden to true. So in this case, our answer is that you set the cross filter between product and employees to both. So the current filter direction on the employees table does not allow you to select manager and the sales and category fields. So you need to alter the cross filter direction to enable the filter to flow from the employees table to the product table. Creating a hierarchy in the products table does not help with the cross filter direction issue in the employees table. Changing the employee ID to text is not relevant. The key used to join the employees and as in the employees and product tables is category. Toggling. So in this case, creating a hierarchy in the product table does not help with the cross filter direction issue in the employees table. Changing the employee ID to type text is not relevant. The key used to join the employees and product tables is category. Toggling the products table to hidden will prevent users from seeing the product table. We want to use the fields in the products table to create visuals, so this will not really help to solve our issue. In question 6, case 2, you want to create a hierarchy in the products table for category and subcategory. You'll then use the hierarchy as a drill down for a sales by product visualization as per the below exhibit. What 3 actions should you perform in sequence? So you want to see the 3 actions that you should do in sequence. A, right click in the category and select new measure. Right click in subcategory, add to hierarchy. In the visual, add the hierarchy in the axis and cells to the values well. B, right click on category, select create hierarchy, add subcategory to the drill through fields in the visual, add the hierarchy in the axis and cells to the values well. C, right click on category and select create hierarchy, that is correct. 2, then right click on subcategory and select add to hierarchy, that is correct. In the visual, add the category field to the axis, which will automatically link the hierarchy. That's where there is a difference. So you need to right click on category and create hierarchy. Then right click on subcategory and select add to hierarchy. Then in the visual, add the hierarchy in the axis and cells to the values well. So the set of steps to create a hierarchy and drill down visual are: 1, you right click on category and select create hierarchy. Then number 2, you will add right click on subcategory and select add to hierarchy. Then in the visual, number 3, add the hierarchy in the axis and cells to the values well. In answer A, whatever measures are coming from, we don't know. In answer B, you should not add subcategory to drill through. Subcategory needs to be added to the hierarchy. A drill through is used to create a page in your report that focuses on a specific entity. In answer C, adding the category field to the axis will not automatically link to the new hierarchy you have created. You need to add the hierarchy to the axis field and cells to the values field. Question 7, case 2. So in question 7, we have a case whereby you need to create a table using or containing unique combinations of category and subcategory and aggregated cells. What DAX expression will you use while creating this table? Data table in bracket. So we are looking at a way to create the table. So the first one gives us data table, cells, then product, then category is the column. Product table, subcategory, sales total, sum. The second one gives us summarized columns, product category, product subcategory, sales amounts. Then they summarize sales, product category, product subcategory, sales total, sum, sales amount. Lastly, select columns, sales, product, inventory, product subcategory, sales amount. So the answer we are looking at is answer C. And for answer C is whereby we are using summarize to create a summary of the input table grouped by the specified columns. You can alias an expression by using quotation marks such as sales total. Also note that you need to use the aggregation sum for the sales amount or all sales lines will show. So in A, you do not use data table. The data table function is used to build constant tables with code. In B, sum aggregation is missing on the sales amount field. So when you look at the sales amount field, it's missing that sum aggregation. In D, you do not use select columns because that function adds a calculated column to a table and expects the input. And so it is about being careful with the function. So select columns will add a calculated column. Data table will add a constant table. Summarize is okay, but you need to be careful that the field you're trying to summarize should have a sum around it. That's how you detect. We learned that answer C. Question 8, case 3. You work as a Power BI professional for your company's HR group. You are creating a data model for use for reporting, and as you start building relationships, you see that there are issues connecting some of the tables. What two fixes are required to get relationships working in your data model? To get relationships working in your data model. So just looking at the model we have here is employees, employee ID, the data type. So to get it working, there are options given. One, change the data type of employees pay ID and hide employees relocation and employees HR manager fields. So changing the data type of employees or pay ID and hide employees relocation and employees HR manager fields is the second option. Change the data type of employees pay ID and BU or BUID to whole number. And there is 3, ensure the cardinality between BU and employees from many to one to many to many. D, change the data type of employees pay ID and BUID to text. So in this question, you need to change the data type of employee pay ID and BUID to whole number. If data types between two tables do not match, then it will not be possible to create joins. Remember that we need to create a join in this case so that we are able to bring together these data tables. So when you look at employee ID, it's a whole number, BUID, whole number. So those two must match so that we are able to join these tables. Answer A is incorrect as when we talk about being able to join these fields, that answer is answer A. It is incorrect because hiding the fields does not help with the relationship between tables. Answer C is wrong because there is no need to change the BU relationship to many to many. In fact, that is worse. D is incorrect as text is the wrong data type. The correct data type is whole number. On to question 9. You work as a Power BI professional within your company's HR group. The report, you work as a Power BI professional within your HR group. You report to, in this case, you've created a report for retention analysis and it worked fine in the development environment. However, when deployed has a performance lag or a performance issue. So the solution is to remove columns that might not be used in the report and whether you think that will actually help in meeting the goal that you have, the goal being to improve the performance. So the solution actually will meet that goal, because when we reduce the columns that are there, it means that we are able to remove unnecessary columns, reduce the data model size, and allow for improved refresh time. Question 10, case 3. You work as a Power BI professional within your company's HR group. The report you created for retention analysis worked fine, but when deployed has performance issues. So the solution here is to hide columns and tables from the data column, from the data model not used in the reports. And we are asking whether this meets the goal. So indeed, hiding some columns from the model data that is not used does not help, because hiding a column or a table will hide the items from the user in the report view. The hidden column and table are still being processed by Power BI and do not affect the model size or performance. Question 11. Here you find an interesting visualization using the Python programming language that you want to run in Power BI. What are the 3 steps required before you can use Python in Power BI? So the steps: step 1, install Python on your local machine. Step 2, install the libraries matplotlib and pandas. And lastly, enable Python scripting. That can help you. For the 2 libraries, matplotlib and pandas, then you just enable scripting. That will help you in running the Python code or the Python project in Power BI. The next item would be, so just to check on some of the answers that we had, we need to note that R scripting is a separate language and has no relation to Python. E is incorrect, because while Seaborn is used for data visualization, matplotlib and pandas are required libraries for Python integration. Note that Keras is a deep learning library and is not used for data visualization. Question 12. You are asked to optimize the performance of your data model. You have several intermediate queries that are not used for visualization, and you have a large transaction table with a table field name. What 2 optimizations should you do? So there is the first one: change all relationship cross-filter directions to single. B, split the date time field into a separate date column and a separate time column. C, turn off single select on slicers. Lastly, D, disable Power Query load on intermediary queries. So here the solutions are B and D. Split the date time field into a separate date column and a separate time column. And lastly, disable Power Query load on intermediary queries. So a date time field has many or contains unique or high cardinality rules, making optimization within the Vertipack engine difficult. So by splitting the time field into a separate date and time field, you reduce the uniqueness of the data and allow for greater storage optimization. Intermediate queries that are intended to support data integration with other queries should not be loaded into the model. To avoid loading the query into the model, ensure that you disable query load in these instances. Answer A, that is changing all relationships cross-filter directions to single is not correct. You should use the relationship cross-filter direction to enable reporting requirements. Answer C, turning off select on slicers is also not correct. Single select works more efficiently than multi-select on slicers. So the main thing to help the Vertipack engine is just to split date time and to disable Power Query load on intermediary queries. Question 13. You receive a new table to incorporate into your analysis in Power BI. You use Power Query to preview the data. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Statement 1 is that by default, data preview analyzes the first 5,000 rows in the dataset. Number 2, when you hover your mouse over column quality, you can see both number and percentage of valid, error, and empty cells. And lastly, you can use the entire dataset for column profiling. So here we know that the first statement is not true. The second one, when you hover your mouse over column quality, you can see both. Yes, that is true. You can use the entire dataset for column profiling. That is also true. So by default, data preview analyzes the first 1,000 rows, not 5,000. Then when you hover your mouse over a column data preview for column quality, you can see the number and percentage of valid, error, and empty cells. You can also change data preview from the first 1,000 rows to the entire dataset. That is also true. Question 14. You are the Power BI administrator at your company, which builds VR headsets. You need to assign appropriate workspace roles to your colleagues and must use the lowest permission necessary to accomplish the task. Which roles should you use for the below workspace requirements? 1 is updating and deleting workspaces. 2 is publishing apps. 3 is publishing content to the workspace. So updating and deleting workspaces can only be done by an admin across. Then the other step of publishing apps can be done by a member. Publishing content to the workspace can be done by a contributor. So an admin can update and delete workspaces. A member can publish apps, and a contributor can publish content to the workspace. Then on to question 15. You have a table of temperatures for various cities. Some cities use Fahrenheit, while others use Celsius. You need to write a DAX expression to create a new column called category for the following conditions. If the value is greater than 80 and units are F, then hot, otherwise not hot. If the value is greater than 26 and units are C, hot, otherwise not hot. Complete the below DAX expression by replacing value. So category is equals to value, temperature value greater than 80. So you're trying to define this function using the parameters we've been given. In this case, our definition would use it can use and if and or and so that the correct expression that is that if or and temperature, then there is the value is greater than 80, temperature units is equals to F, and temperature value is greater than 26, temperature units is equals to C, comma, hot, comma, not hot. We are saying or and, if or and temperature value is greater than 80 or temperature units are F. So the OR will pick that, and the other side, and temperature value is greater than 26 with temperature units C. So it will pick both sides. So since we have two logical items that must go together, we must use an AND statement. If either the C or F condition is true, the function will return hot. If the expression is false, then we return not hot. Answer A and B are incorrect. A switch statement needs the form switch. You can't bring a switch here because the form switch is not being used. Answer E is incorrect. DAX has no while function. DAX has no while function. Your boss has scrolled through the theme gallery on the website. She asks you to use a particular theme for your company's report in Power BI service. How do you incorporate the theme in your report? 1. Download the JSON file in the custom dashboard theme. Upload JSON theme. B. Download the CSS file in the custom dashboard theme. Upload CSS theme. C. Download the PNG file and right click on a tile. Upload PNG theme. D. Download the PDF file and right click on the dashboard. Upload PDF theme. So the answer is A, where we are using JSON. You download a JSON file from the theme gallery. You import the theme into Power BI service. Select Upload JSON theme. In the custom dashboard theme window, themes are only in JSON format. All other file formats such as CSS, PNG, PDF will not work. Question 17. You are your company's Power BI expert. You know that data lineage shows you which data sources are used by which data sets. One of your colleagues says he cannot find or access data lineage. What could be the two possible explanations for data lineage not working? A. There is only admins can see the lineage view. B. You need a Power BI Pro license to see lineage view. C. Lineage only works for direct query datasets. D. Lineage view is available only to users with higher than viewer access to the workspace. And lastly, E. Each user needs to be granted lineage view permission in the tenant setting. So the correct answers are B and D. So we are saying you need a Power BI Pro license, and then lineage view is available only to users with higher than viewer access to the workspace. For lineage to work, you need to ensure that you have a Power BI Pro license and you have access to the workspace. Furthermore, users must have admin, member, or contributor role in the workspace for you to access the lineage view. Users with a viewer role can't switch to lineage view. Answer A is incorrect. Users with admin, member, or contributor roles in the workspace can see lineage view. Answer C is incorrect. Lineage is not limited to direct query datasets. Answer C is also incorrect. You do not need to assign individual permissions for lineage view in the tenant settings. Question 18. You have a dataset that shows employees and their bosses. As per the exhibit below, there is a field for each employee called employee name and a field for their boss parent employee name. How would you create the employee hierarchy column with a delimited hierarchy list in DAX? Employee hierarchy column with a delimited hierarchy list. So there is a pathite employees, employee name, employees, parent name, parent employee name, related employees, parent employee name, employees, employee name, concatenate employees, parent employee name, employees, employee name, path employees, employee name, employees, parent employee name. So when you look at it, the correct answer is D, where we are saying path employees, employee name, employees, parent employee name. The path function is used to create a hierarchy. The path function returns a string that contains a delimited list, starting with the top or root of a hierarchy and ending with the bottom of the hierarchy. We do not use path item. The path item function returns the nth item in the delimited list produced by the path function. We do not use related. The related function returns a related value from another table. We do not use concatenate. Concatenate function joins two text strings into one text string. We want a full hierarchy and not just a single concatenation. So use the path function, returns a string that contains a delimited list starting with the top or root of a hierarchy and ending with the bottom of the hierarchy. On to number 19. You work for a computer accessories company and your data models contains the following tables. There is the accessories table, 1K rows that are updated monthly. There is the sales table, 15M rows that are updated regularly with changes that need to be shown immediately. Then there is the date table, 10K rows that are updated rarely. So for the three tables above, which storage mode would you use from the below options? So there is import, there is direct query, and there is dual. So the correct one is accessories, import, stock sales, column, direct query, date, column, import. And we are going to see why. So for the accessories and date table, you should use the import storage model for the accessories and date table. Imported tables with this setting are cached. Queries submitted to the Power BI dataset that return data from import tables can be fulfilled only from cached data. The import method is used for static or low volume data. The sales table should use a direct query storage mode. Tables with this setting are not cached. Queries that you submit to the Power BI dataset from direct query tables can be fulfilled by executing on-demand queries to the data source. Use direct query when you have a large dataset with millions of rows that need to be shown immediately in the report. You should not use the dual storage model. Dual storage tables can act as either cached or not cached, depending on the context of the query that's submitted to the Power BI database. So in general here we are saying that for accessories and date table, we use the import storage model. When you import, we know that imported tables will be cached. Queries submitted to the Power BI dataset that return data from import tables can be fulfilled only from cached data. The import method is used for static or low volume data. So when we go to sales, we know that the sales table should use direct query storage mode. Tables with this setting, direct query storage mode, will not be cached. Queries that you submit to the Power BI dataset from direct query tables can be fulfilled only by executing on-demand queries to the data source. So we have accessories, import cells, direct query, date import. Number 20, you work for a consulting company that has a contract with a large government department. Part of the requirement for the report is to configure the page for use with a screen reader for sight impaired users. What should you configure in your report such that the page follows a logical sequence? So in that case, you would use a tab order that follows a logical sequence. So leave alone bookmarks, layer orders or filters. Just use a tab order that will follow the correct sequence. So the tab order is used by keyboard users to navigate the report page. Screen reader and accessibility software follow the sequence of tab order. You should not use bookmarks in your report for this purpose. Bookmarks save the current filters and slicers, cross-highlighted visuals sort order. You should not use filters on all pages. Filters select a subset of your data and do not help with accessibility. You should not use layer order. The layer order is used to control the order in which visuals are shown and is used if you have visuals that overlap. That is the layer order. Question 21. You work at a sports betting company and have a table with US soccer scores and a second table with betting odds. Both tables share a common key called game ID. Your boss asks you to create a new combined table. Which transform will you use to create the dataset? You would append merge queries as new. You would merge queries as new. That is the answer. You should use merge queries as new transformation to create a new table with soccer scores and betting odds. A merge query allows you to combine two or more tables into a single table based on a common column between the tables. This is similar to a join in SQL. You should not use append queries as new or append queries. An append query transformation combines tables with the same schema. It's similar to a union query in SQL. Since we want to add a column and the tables do not have the same schema, we cannot use an append transformation. We should not use merge queries since your boss specifically asks for a new combined table. You should use the merge queries as a new transformation. Question 22. You work for a transportation company that uses Azure IoT devices to monitor the temperature within containers. The head of supply chain has asked you to create a dashboard for the streaming data from the IoT devices, and you need to configure Power BI appropriately. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So one, you can build report visuals using the data that flows in from the stream. Two, visualize a streaming dataset by adding a dashboard tile. Three, streaming can make use of report functionality such as filtering. We are trying to check the statements and select yes if true, otherwise selecting no. So the correct answer here is no, yes, no, which implies that you can build report visuals using data that flows in from the stream is not correct. You can visualize a streaming dataset by adding a dashboard tile, that is correct. Then you can streaming data can make use of report functionality such as filtering, that is also no. And on to the explanation. Since there is no underlying database, you cannot build report visuals using the data that flows in from the stream. To visualize a streaming dataset, add a dashboard tile, then select streaming data. You cannot use filtering with streaming data since there is no underlying database. You cannot make use of report functionality such as filtering, Power BI visuals, and other report functions. You can only add a dashboard tile, and you select the data and it continues streaming. You can't modify it because it's not on a database. Question 23. You're part of a planning team that are investigating the forecast accuracy across multiple plants, various products, and a series of demand types, e.g. stable, seasonal, growing, etc. You use Power BI and know that there is a visual that can help you with the root cause of low forecast accuracy. Which visual should you choose? Root cause of low forecast accuracy. In that case, you can use a decomposition tree. So you should use the decomposition tree. It lets you visualize data across multiple dimensions. It automatically aggregates data and enables drilling down into your dimensions in any order. It also uses artificial intelligence, so you can ask it to find the next dimension to drill down into based on certain criteria, making it useful for root cause analysis. You should not use a waterfall chart. It's used to show how an initial value is affected by a series of changes, but does not help with root cause analysis. You should also not use a tree map because a tree map displays hierarchical data as a set of nested rectangles. Each level of the hierarchy is represented by a colored rectangle or branch containing smaller rectangles or leaves. A tree map does not help with root cause analysis. You should also not use a key influence as visual. It helps you understand the factors that drive a metric you are interested in. It analyzes your data, ranks the factors that matter, and displays them as key influencers. It, it ranks factors and is not used for root cause analysis. So the only one that we can use is the decomposition tree. 24. You work for a basketball at retailer and you need to create a table of the top 3 team names by the total number of transactions. You have a table called hard sales and another for team. Select the proper DAX functions to correctly complete the formula by replacing the value field. So top hard sales is equals to value 3 value hard sales comma hard teams. The column is team name. In the other table, transactions count hard sales by transaction ID, transactions table description. So you're trying to a table that will create the top 3 team names by the total number of transactions. So in that case, you need to rank. So, or rather, get the top 3. So you'll use the top n and summarize. You can create a table of the top 3 teams by the count of transactions using top n. Within the function, we can use summarize to build a virtual table to give the team name and count of transaction IDs. Lastly, since we want the top 3, we use description. If we wanted bottom 3, we would use, if we want the top 3, we use descending. If we wanted bottom 3, we would use ascending. So you do not use rank X because it returns the rank of an expression evaluated in the current context in the list of values for the expression evaluated for each row in the specified table. Rank X does not expect a parameter such as 3 as the first argument. Do not use calculate. Since you want to create a virtual table, use summarize instead. Do not use filter. The filter function returns a table that has been filtered and does not rank the rows. Question 25. You import a large table from Excel into Power BI and you suspect that there may be missing data. How do you find the percentage of empty cells in each column? That one you can check with column quality. When you just hover over column quality, it will give you a summary of these percentages. So column quality checks the quality of the data in terms of valid, error, and empty, and is expressed as a percentage. Column profile provides a more in-depth look at the data in a column. Apart from the column distribution chart, it contains a column statistics chart. While column profile provides the count of empty cells, it does not show percentage of empty cells. The white space feature in data preview shows white space and new line characters. Column distribution provides a set of visuals underneath the names of the columns that showcase the frequency and distribution of the values in each of the columns. So column distribution is for distribution of the values in each of the columns. Column profile will give a more in-depth look at the data in a column. Number 26, you work for a shoe distribution company and your firm uses Power BI for reporting. One of the reports you have created is exported as a PDF, so the warehouse staff can check off items on a hard copy. Your company, however, has a policy that all exported reports need to be encrypted. How can you meet this requirement? So you'll need to use sensitivity labels, because if your company has a policy that all exported reports have to be encrypted, it will be a label that will be applied. So we are saying when you apply a sensitivity label to the report, Power BI will automatically apply the label to the exported file and will protect it according to the label's file encryption settings. This way, your data can remain protected even when it leaves Power BI. Do not use raw level security for PDF exports. Raw level security is used to restrict data access for given users by filtering the rows they see. Raw level does nothing to encrypt reports that are printed to PDF. There are no PDF options in the tenant setting. Do not use dataset build permission security options. The dataset build permission allows other users in Power BI service to discover and reuse the dataset you've shared. The build permission does not protect any exported PDFs. Question 27. You work for a shared trading company and have a dashboard for user trading times. The data set used for the analysis goes back 7 years. When the data reloads, it takes excessive time as the full 7 years are refreshed. How can you improve the dataset performance? One, there is use an on-premises data gateway. B, configure incremental refresh in Power BI and enable it in Power BI service. C, enable incremental refresh directly in Power BI service. D, manually refresh the database when users are not active. So the answer is B, configure incremental refresh in Power BI desktop and enable it in Power BI service. So with incremental refresh, the service dynamically partitions and separates data that needs to be refreshed frequently from data that can be refreshed less frequently. Table data is filtered using Power Query parameters with the names range start and range end, defined using Power BI desktop. Once the incremental refresh has been configured in Power BI desktop, the dataset can be uploaded to Power BI service. In answer A, an on-premise data gateway is used to access local files and does not help with optimizing the refresh process. Answer C, incremental refresh cannot be configured directly in Power BI service. Incremental refresh must first be configured in Power BI desktop. Manually refreshing the dataset is not an efficient long-term solution. Use incremental refresh instead. Number 28. You are in Power Query editor and you see the below highlighted in the red box. What data preview option is used to create these charts? So this is the column distribution. Column distribution shows the distribution of data from all columns and counts the number of distinct and unique columns. Monospaced displays the data using a monospaced font. Column quality shows the percentage of valid, error, empty values in a column. Column quality does not produce a graph. Column profile shows statistics and the distribution of data for a single column. Column profile does not show all column charts at once. 29. You have a data model with two key tables, region and shipping. There is a one-to-many relationship between region and shipping date. The model also has two row-level security roles named region Texas and shipping mode. The DAX filters for the two security roles are as shown here. So if a manager is a member of both the region Texas and shipping mode roles, what will they see in a report using this data model? So they'll be able to see, they will see data for the state of Texas, they will see data for the rail shipping mode, they will see data for state of Texas and the shipping mode is rail, or would they see data of the shipping mode is rail? So the answer is they will see data or see data in the state of Texas or the shipping mode is rail. So when multiple roles are applied, a user will see filter 1 or filter 2. If the data has any states with Texas rows, the user will see those. If the data has the shipping mode of rail, then the user will see those. The user is not restricted to both conditions, where a row is from Texas and has a rail shipping mode. In answer A, the user will not see only Texas, they will see rail shipments also. In B, the user will not see only shipments, they will see Texas also. In C, the user will see Texas or rail shipments. Let's look at 30, question 30. You create an R visual in Power BI. You create an R visual in Power BI that has 500,000 rows. You notice that not all the data is shown and the message is displayed on the image. Your boss asks you the cause of this issue. What do you think is the reason that not all data is shown? You are you are using a version prior to 2.0 of the Plotly library. B, you are missing an R package. C, the visual has too many rows. D, the resolution is too high. So the correct answer is that the visual has too many rows. R visuals for plotting are limited to 150,000 rows. So if more than 150,000 rows are selected, like here where we want to see 500,000 rows, only the top 150,000 rows are used and a message is displayed on the image. Additionally, the input data has a limit of 250 MB. The version of the Plotly will not affect the number of rows. All R visuals are limited to 150,000 rows. If you are using an R package, no image will show and you'll only get an error message. R visuals are all displayed at 72 dpi resolution. The resolution does not affect the number of rows that can be plotted. On to question 31. You have one report page with multiple visuals that is running slow, leading to complaints from users. What two solutions will help optimize your visuals? A. Don't use multiple colors on bar charts. B. Apply filters to reduce the max number of items that are visual displays. C. Replace the default visuals with custom visuals. D. Limit the use of bar charts. E. Limit the number of visuals on a particular report page to only what is necessary. So we will take options B and E. B is to apply filters to reduce the maximum number of items that are visual displays. And E, you limit the number of visuals on a particular report page to only what is necessary. So the more data that a visual needs to display, the slower that visual is to load. For instance, as a default, you may use the top end filter to reduce the max number of items that a visual displays. It's highly recommended you limit the number of visuals on a particular report page to only what is necessary. Drill through pages and report page tooltips are great ways to provide additional details without jamming more visuals onto the page. Answer A, where we are talking about multiple colors on bar charts, will not help optimize the visual. Answer C, replacing the visual with custom visuals will not optimize the report page. And answer D, limiting the use of bar charts will not help optimize the report page. Question 32. You are asked to create a category percentage measure that will reflect the values selected when using a slicer. In the output below, you will see that the bikes category is not selected in the slicer, and the category percentage reflects the current filter context. All category percentage values add to 100% of the filter context. You are given a measure that sums the cells called sales total. How would you create a category percentage measure in DAX? So to create a category percentage measure, there are options. There is A, the category total is equal to calculate sales total, all product category. The category percentage is equal to divide sales total over category total, return category percentage. B, var category total is equal to sales total. The category percentage is equal to divide sales total, category total, return category percentage. C, var category total is equals to calculate sales total, all selected in product category. Var category percentage is equals to divide sales total over category total, return category percentage. Lastly, D, var category total is equals to calculate sales total, remove filters, in bracket product category, var category percentage is equals to divide sales total, category total. Then you return category percentage. So the all selected function returns all rows in a table, ignoring any filters that might have been applied inside the query, but keeping filters that come from outside. The category total value in this example equals 15.188 million, and not the grand total of all category sales of 109.81 million. You can then use the divide function to return the percentage of the category. Answer A is incorrect, since the all function will ignore filters and return the grand total of all category sales. B is also incorrect because no filtering of categories is applied. D is wrong, as remove filters is an alias for all and returns the grand total of all category sales of 109.81 million. Number 33. Question 33. You work for a Japanese auto company whose fiscal year starts April 1. You have a table called cars with orders for cars. You need to create a common date for a data model using DAX, respecting the fiscal period. How should you create a table using a date table using DAX? So option A is calendar in bracket 4, B calendar date 2003 1, date year last date, all those things. But the simple answer is just calendar auto 3. And this is the simple answer. Calendar auto returns a table with a single column called date containing a set of dates. The range of dates is calculated automatically based on data in the model. The parameter within the function gives the end month of the fiscal year. Since the fiscal year ends March 31, the parameter is 3. So in answer A, calendar function expects a start and end date. Answer B, the start date needs to be April 1. A dynamic way would be to use first date and last date. In answer C, the end date needs to be March 31. A dynamic way would be to use first date and last date. Question 34. You work in a spare parts department of an oil and gas company as a BI expert. The company has hundreds of parts, 10 years of historic data, and hundreds of different order sizes from suppliers. You create a report in Power BI with aggregations for the following visuals. There's a column chart of parts on the axis, but there are too many products showing. 2. A stacked column chart of month, number, and order type, but too many months show. 3. A histogram of supplier order sizes, but there are too many order sizes. You need to combine the data to make the visual more readable. How should you combine the data? Select the grouping type for each of the 3 solutions below from top to bottom. 1. Combine the product into categories of product. 2. Combine the columns into 3-month number blocks. 3. Combine order sizes into 8 groups. So the answer should be list, bin, then bin. So the explanation is that you should use the list grouping type for text data, such as products. You can combine a list of values into a category to simplify the data. Then you should use binning to combine numeric data, such as dates and quantities. That's why it's list, then bin, bin. Question 35. You're analyzing basketball total points for the NBA for the year 2021. You have a measure that is points total, which sums up the points and a date table with a year column. How should you complete the below DAX formula to effectively use it independently from any other filters set on the report page? Select the appropriate DAX function in place of value. So sales 2021 is equals to calculate. So what you're trying to do is sum up points and a date table with a year column. So calculate points total, filter value, date year is equals to 2021. So here there is an all function that we need to include. The all function returns all rows in a table and all values in a column, ignoring any filters that might have been applied. The path function returns a string that contains the delimited list of IDs, starting with the top or root of a hierarchy and ending with the specified ID. This does not help clear the filter context. Do not use all except, as the function returns a table except for those rows that are affected by the specified column filters. Do not use related, as the function is used to return a related value from another table. 36. You want to use insights in Power BI desktop to understand the increase from one quarter to the next in your sales column chart. Normally, you would right click the appropriate column. On to question 36. You want to use insights in Power BI desktop to understand the increase from one quarter to the next in your sales column chart. Normally, you would right click the appropriate column and click Analyze, Explain Increase. However, this time Insights does not appear to be available. What are two possible reasons Insights is not working? It could be, there are four options given. A, you use hierarchies. B, you use top-end filters. C, you have filtered measures. D, you use stacked column chart. So the answers are B, you use top-end filters, and C, you have filtered measures. Insights are based on the change from the previous data point, and they aren't available when you select the first data point in a visual for several scenarios. Insights will not work with a scenario when you use top-end filters or when you have filtered measures such as total sales for California or another place. Note that insights are also not supported for data sources such as direct query and live connect. In answer A, hierarchies will work with insights. In answer D, you can use a stacked column chart for insights. Question 37. You work in an aerospace company in their satellite division. You build a workspace called Satellite Apps in Power BI service that contains several reports and management level apps. You have a new analyst come on board and need to allow them to edit and publish reports. How would you achieve this goal? A. Configure the security group from Azure Active Directory. B. Add the user as a member in the role section of the Satellite Apps workspace. C. In Power BI Desktop, set role level security. D. Within Satellite Apps workspace, select Update App. The correct answer is B, where we are saying within the role section of the Satellite Apps workspace, you just need to add the user as a member. Roles let you manage who can do what in the new workspaces so teams can collaborate. New workspaces allow you to assign roles to individuals and to user groups, security groups, Microsoft 365 groups, and distribution lists. Answer A is not correct. We do not wish to configure a security group. We want to add a new role to the workspace. Answer C is not correct. Role level security is a way to filter roles and does not enable editing and publishing. D is not correct. Update app is used to edit the content of an app and not assign, edit and publish roles. Number 38. You have a line chart that shows units manufactured by month. You want to add the on-time delivery metric for each month when you hover the mouse over a data point. How would you provide the additional piece of data? You want to add the on-time delivery metric. So for that, you have four answers here. A, add on-time delivery to the drill through fields. B, add the on-time delivery column to the secondary values field. C, add on-time delivery column to the tooltips field. D, add the on-time delivery column to the small multiple field. So when you hover around something and you want it to show, it's the tooltips field. So a tooltip is a way of providing more contextual information and detail to data points on a visual. When you hover over a data point, the tooltip data will show. Answer A is incorrect. Drill through fields do not show on hover. When report readers use a drill through, they right click on a data point in other report pages and drill through to the focused page to get more details that are filtered out to that context. Answer B is also incorrect. A secondary values field is used to show other numeric data on a line chart. Answer D is incorrect. Small multiple is used to split your visuals into smaller visuals based on your selected fields. Let's go to question 39. You create a Power BI report with a line chart as per the below exhibit. How do you add dotted horizontal line for the mean values? A. Add a fixed forecast line in the time series in the analytics pane. B. Add an average line for sales total in the analytics pane. C. Add a trend line across years in the analytics pane. D. Add a mean line in the analytics pane. So this is an average sales line. Answer is B. An average line will give the mean of the sales total. The average line is found in the analytics pane and select sales total for the measure. We do not use a forecast line. It predicts future values in a time series and does not give the mean values. A trend line is a straight line that displays the trend in the data. A trend line will have a slope in this exhibit and does not give the mean of the data. We also do not use the mean line. A minimum line gives the lowest point, which is approximately 12 million in the exhibit. Question 40. You have built several DAX measures. A senior BI member on your team asks you to improve the performance and readability of the below DAX expression. How would you achieve this goal? So as you can see, this expression is not really arranged very well, and you're being asked to improve its readability. So the options here, you can replace divide with a simple divide calculation using the slash symbol. B, instead of parallel period, you can use date add. C, mark date table as date. D, use variables and a return statement. So the answer is D. Variables and a return statement are used to improve the performance and readability of DAX expressions. The above expressions could be written as the below, where we are saying annual sales growth percentage is equal to BR sales prior year is equals to calculate sales, parallel period, debt, 12, -12 month return. So inserting the variables and the return statement will help improve the readability. So in answer A, replacing the divide function with the slash will not improve performance. The benefit of using the divide function is it automatically handles divide by zero issues. In answer B, using det add instead of parallel period will not have an effect on performance and readability. In answer C, marking the date table as date will not have an effect on the measure performance. So it's just the variables and the return that have an effect on performance and readability. Question 41. You work as a forklift manufacturer. You are building a data model in Power BI and have a sales table as per this exhibit below. Within the sales table, there is a field called model. How would you complete the DAX expression below to generate a model table? What would you fill in for the value field starting from left to right? So model table is equals to value. So how would you fill in for the value field? So there's option A, calculate sales model. B, distinct sales model. C, calculate sales model. Model is equals to XPR. D, distinct sales model description. So the answer is B, the one with distinct sales model. So the distinct function returns a one-column table that contains the distinct or unique values in a column. Since we want a table for models, we use the column sales model. So answer A is incorrect. The calculate function does not return a unique list of values. Calculate is used to evaluate an expression in a context modified by filters. C is incorrect. This expression filters data for the since model XPR and does not give a list of unique models. Answer D is also incorrect. The distinct sales model description, we want a unique list of model and not the model description. Question 42. You work for an e-commerce company that sells ergonomic office products. You are tasked with creating a Power BI report from your company's transactional sales data in a table called Ego Sales. Before you do anything with the data, you want to check that there are no negative amounts in the Ego Sales quantity field. What is the most efficient way to check your data for negatives before creating the data model? Checking for negatives. So there is select custom profile and then click on Ego Sales quantity. There is select custom quality and then click on Ego Sales quantity. There is click on Ego Sales quantity and select replace value. There is create a custom column using a conditional statement to filter negatives out. So the answer is A, select custom profile and then click on Ego Sales quantity. The column profile view shows a column distribution chart of values as well as the minimum and maximum value. You can quickly see if your column of the data has negative values by checking the distribution or by viewing the minimum value. Answer B is incorrect. The column quality view will show the percentage of valid, empty, and error cells. C is incorrect. By replacing values will not help you identify whether negative values exist. D is incorrect. By creating a custom filtered column does not help you quickly identify negative values. Selecting the custom profile is more efficient in this technique. Question 43. You work for a diesel engine company as an internal Power BI consultant. You have two tables as per the below exhibit. There are no unique values in either table. However, the tables are related by model name. You need to create relationships in the data model to enable a visual containing data from both tables. How would you model these two tables in the most efficient manner? So looking at these two tables, model name is the common one in both. There are no other unique items. So option A, select the relationship between the two tables as a one-to-many. As a one-to-one. B, set the relationship between the two tables as many-to-many. C, create a bridging table using unique IDs and create two one-to-many relationships. D, set the relationship between the two tables as one-to-many. So the answer is B. You should set the relationship between the connecting rod and the cylinder head table as many-to-many using the model name. A many-to-many relationship does not need unique values in either of the tables in the relationship. You should not create a one-to-one relationship between tables. It requires unique values on both sides of the relationship. You should not build a bridging table when you can use a many-to-many relationship. A bridging table was the only means to create a many-to-many relationship in legacy versions of Power BI. However, current versions support a many-to-many relationship, a far more efficient method that uses less data. You should not use a one-to-many relationship. A one-to-many relationship is used when one table has unique values and the other does not have unique values. Since both tables do not have unique values, use many-to-many relationships. Question 44. You work for a manufacturing company with a metric called supplied in full on time, CFOT. In Power BI, you have built a dashboard to help management keep track of key summary data and metrics. One of your visuals is a gauge chart that shows the CFOT value. The management team want a notification to be sent when CFOT drops below 85%. You need to configure email alerts to management when this happens. Which four actions should you perform to create this alert? So there is A, select plus add alert rule. Ensure the active slider is set to on. Then the other one would be choose more options on the CFOT gauge visual and select manage alerts. Number D, in the drop down for notification type, select email. Sorry, that's not one of the options. Instead, the next one is E. In the alert conditions, choose below and enter in a value of 0.85. Then lastly, check the send me email to, then save and close. So you would first of all select plus add alert rule, ensure the active slider is set to on. Then you choose more options in the C4 gauge visual and select manage alerts. Then you, in the alert conditions, choose below and enter a value of 0.85. Then lastly, check the send me email, save and close. So the steps required are choose the more options in the C4 gauge visual and select manage alerts. So you go to more options, manage alerts, select plus add alert rule, ensure active slider is set to on. Then in the alert conditions, choose below, enter 0.85, then select send me an email to, save and close. You should not set the alert condition with a value of 85. Power BI will multiply this value by 100 when calculating a percentage value. There is no drop down for a notification type. By default, Power BI will send a notification in the notification center. To receive an email as well, you must use the send me an email to checkbox. Question 45. You are the head of analytics for a software company and you want to understand the importance of factors that drive sales in your pre-sales team. What visual in Power BI can help you achieve this goal? A. There is the custom R dumbbell plot, there is Q&A, there is the composition tree, and there is key influencers. So here the answer is D, key influencers. A key influencers chart will help you understand the factors that drive a metric you're interested in. For example, sales. It analyzes your data, it ranks the factors that matter and displays them as key influencers. You should not use a custom R dumbbell plot. A dumbbell plot is used to visualize relative positions like growth and decline between 2 points in time. You should also not use a QA visual. It is used to interrogate data using natural language algorithms. Then you shouldn't use a decomposition tree. It lets you visualize data across multiple dimensions and is useful for root cause analysis. Question 46. You are editing the model column in a product table Power Query. You need to replace instances of LL Road Frame with JJ Roadster, and the previous step is changed type. What M code functions will you use for the two value fields? So there is A table value, change type, LL road type, JJ. B roadster replacer value model. C replace value, replace text. D replace rows, replace text. E replace text, replace value. F replace rows, replace value. So the correct answer is C, replace value, replace text. So table.replace value replaces an old value with a new value in the specified columns of the table. Since you are replacing one string with another, use replacer.replace text. Do not use replace rows. It replaces the specified range of rows with a provided row. Do not use replace value. When replacing strings, use replacer.replace text, and for numbers, use replacer.replace value. Question 47. You work in the marketing division for a sports apparel company. You have a sales fact table and multiple dimension tables as per the exhibit below. The head of marketing wants to encourage self-service analytics within the company and asks you to set up QA in the reports. Which of the following configurations will allow QA to work in your data model? A. Object level security with any type of data source. B. Import. C. Composite models. And lastly, D. Reporting services. So the answer is actually B. Import. And in explaining that, Power BI currently supports import mode. Live connects to Azure Analysis Services. Live connects to SQL Server Analysis Services with a gateway and Power BI datasets. QA does not support object level security with any type of data source, composite models, and reporting services. Question 48. You have a sales data by day in a time series chart and need to produce a 25-day forecast with a 90% confidence interval as per the below exhibit. There are some data anomalies in the last 5 days of data that you want to ignore for the forecast. Select the 3 actions required to create a forecast. So the 3 actions are B. Go to Analytics, then and under Forecast, select plus add. D. Set the forecast length to 25 points and ignore last 5 points. And lastly, E. Set the confidence level to 90% and click on Apply. So the steps to create a forecast with the above requirements are: you need to go to the Analytics pane and under Forecast, select plus add. Number 2, you need to set the forecast length to 25 points and ignore the last 5 points. And lastly, you need to set the confidence interval to 90% and click on Apply. In answer A, do not use 25 months as the data is given in days. In answer C, do not use seasonality. We want a confidence interval of 90%. And in answer F, there is no add new trend button. Use the plus add button. Question 49. You have a busy report page called sales and decide to use a detailed chart in a separate page using the drill through feature. The sales page shows a visual of total sales by month. When you click on drill through on the sales by month chart, it should redirect to a detail page called self detail that shows the sales for the selected month by category. The sales detail page should also preserve the filters from the original sales page. What 4 actions should you perform? A. On the sales detail page and a drill through option, add month and the drill through field. And that is one of the actions. C. Create a new page called sales detail. D. On the sales detail page and a drill through, toggle keep all filters on. And E. Create a pivot table visual. Create a table visual to show total sales by month and category. So those are the correct steps of the drill through. We've said create a new page called sales detail. Then 2, create a table visual to show total sales by month and category. 3, on the sales detail page and a drill through option, add month as the drill through field. Number 4, on the sales detail page and a drill through, toggle keep all filters on. B and F are incorrect. The drill through options should be set on the sales detail page and not on the first sales page. Once the drill through has been configured on the sales detail page, Power BI will automatically allow you to right click on a month on the sales page and select drill through. Question 50. You are asked to present your findings on your company's warehousing performance across several years. You have a number of column and line charts and a date slicer. You decide you'll create a presentation using Power BI and will create a narrative using the date slicer. What should you do to save the views across different years for your presentation? So the answer is B. Filter the charts using the date slicer, then create bookmarks, because we are trying to achieve or rather create a narrative using the date slicer, and you want to save views across different years for your presentation. So bookmarks capture the current state of a report page. Bookmarks save the current slicers, filters, cross-highlighted visuals, and sort order. You can get back to an exact state when you select your saved bookmark. This makes bookmarks ideal for creating a presentation in Power BI. Page level filters cannot be saved into a new group. Groups are used to create bins or categories in lists. Drill-throughs do not save a state or presentation. Drill-throughs are used to dive into a detailed page while keeping the source page filters. Report level filters cannot be saved into a new group. Groups are used to create bins or categories in lists. Question 51. You work in a marketing department as a Power BI professional. You are asked to create 3 different types of visuals for the marketing department. Which visualization should you use for the below 3 requirements? So there is A1, show progress of conversion rates against the target. 2, identify outliers in sentiment scores. 3, show the factors that influence sentiment scores. So for showing progress of conversion rates, that one we will use KPI. Identifying outliers, that will be a scatter, and show the factors that influence, that will be key influencers. So KPI chart shows the progress against a target. A scatter chart can help visually identify outliers, and key influencers can show factors that drive a metric you're interested in. A waterfall chart is used to understand how an initial value is affected by a series of positive and negative changes. A tree map chart displays hierarchical data as a set of nested rectangles. A funnel chart helps you visualize a linear process that has sequential connected stages. A card visual shows a single number such as a total. On to question 52. You have built a report with multiple visuals for your food manufacturing company. As many senior members are often on the road, they ask that the reports be available for mobile devices. You need to optimize the report for mobile devices for the most critical visuals. Which 3 things can you do to optimize reports for mobile? The answers are A, B, and D. A is to set slicers to be responsive. B is add the most important visuals to the mobile canvas. And D, resize the visuals to fit the mobile canvas. So the answers are those ones, A, B, and D. Setting slicers to be responsive means that the slice will automatically adjust its size in the mobile app. Add the most important visuals to the canvas for senior members of the company. You can add a visual by dragging it onto the canvas. and remove it by clicking on the cross in the right corner. Lastly, you can resize a visual by dragging out the size or by dragging a corner. You cannot set a specific page size for a tablet or smartphone. This mobile app uses a single mobile layout. You cannot add haptic feedback or vibration to a report visual. You cannot separately remove a chart's axis for the mobile view. If you change a chart's axis, it is reflected in both desktop and mobile view. The next question, you work for a college football team as a Power BI analyst. You have to build a report in Power BI desktop that contains many visuals. The coaching team is pleased with the content of the visuals, but wants the colors to match the college's color style guide. What should you do? The answer is B. You customize the current theme. So in Power BI Desktop, navigate to View, Themes, customize the current theme. In the themes settings, you can change colors and fonts for all visuals. In answer A, Power BI does not have a CSS file for themes. When importing themes, however, we do use a JSON file. In answer C, do not change the fonts individually. All the fonts can be changed by adjusting the current theme. In answer D, do not change colors individually. All colors can be changed by adjusting the current theme. Question 54. You work for a microbrewery as head of data visualization. You have a Power BI data model that relies on several Excel files that reside in your company's internal server. You are emailed a new Excel workbook from the CEO that contains updated data. You place the new Excel workbook on your server and append text v1.2 to the same. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So there is saying that the Excel file must have the same structure as the original workbook. Yes. The new Excel workbook will only work if it has the same name and path as the previous file. Not really. You can refresh the local Excel file by pressing F5 in Power BI. No. So the new Excel file must have the same schema as the original Excel file. If there are fewer columns, more columns or differently named columns, then the report will not work. So the structure of the Excel file should be the same. The new file can have a different name and a different file path. In Power Query Editor, you can change the source path and file name for the new file. You cannot refresh the local Excel file by pressing F5 in Power BI. If you need to be able to refresh the data for reports published to Power BI server, you will need a data gateway. Otherwise, you can host the file on a cloud platform such as OneDrive. Question 55. Your company uses Power BI Premium and your manager wants to create printed invoices. However, the reports must fit perfectly on a page. What would you suggest to your manager? A. Change the page view in Power BI Desktop. B. Use paginated reports. C. Use grid lines and snap to grid. D. Use lock objects. So the answer is B. Use paginated reports. So when they want to create printed invoices, you use paginated reports because paginated reports are designed to be printed or shared They are called paginated because they are formatted to fit well on a page and are sometimes called pixel perfect. In answer A, changing the page view will not ensure the printed report will be consistent. In answer C, grid lines and snap to grid will help align the report, but it is uncertain that you will be able to print the report to fit perfectly on a page. In answer D, lock object is used to keep an object in place while you are giving a presentation or interacting with the report elements. Question 56. You work in a shoe company's reporting team and have been tasked with building a Power BI report showing procurement analytics. You have an on-premises SQL Server database that you use to build the procurement report using a direct query connection. You thoroughly test the report and then upload it to the Power BI service. However, once in Power BI service, the visualizations no longer work. How would you solve the problem? You need to install an on-premise data gateway. So an on-premises data gateway is a software that you install in an on-premises network. The gateway facilitates access to data in that network. So in this case, you have an on-premises SQL Server database, and that means you need an on-premises data gateway. So in answer A, changing the permissions on Microsoft SQL will not allow Power BI service access. A gateway is needed. In answer B, upgrading Power BI desktop will not assist in the Power BI service connection to your local SQL server. In answer D, Power BI Report Builder is a tool for authoring paginated reports that you publish to the Power BI service. It helps you create picture perfect reports, but will not help you connect to a local SQL server database. Question 57. You work as a BI analyst for a software company that allows users to manipulate images online. You have built a report that shows the conversion from free customers to premium customers. Your boss has asked you to provide a filter for the marketing industry. Solution. Apply a filter on all pages of the report for the marketing industry. Share report. Mark share report with current filters and slicer options. Does this solution meet the requirements? Yes, it does. The solution does meet the requirements for your boss. Since you've shared the report with current filters and slicers, you can share the filtered version of the report. Note that the end user will have access to the dataset and can query other industries as well. To prevent the user from seeing other industries, then you need to implement row-level security. Question 58. Case 1. You work as a BI analyst for a software company that allows users to manipulate images online. You have built a report that shows the conversion from free customers to premium customers. Your boss has asked you to provide a filter for the marketing industry. Solution. Create a text parameter for industry. Set the parameter equal to marketing. Create a query parameter on the industry column. Does this solution meet the requirement? Yes. So the method does meet the goal. Go to Power Query Editor and create a parameter and apply it to the industry column. The report will filter the data to customers in the marketing industry. Question 59. Case 1, you work as a BI analyst for a software company that allows users to manipulate images online. So it's the same case. You've built a report that shows the conversion from free customers to premium. Your boss has asked you to provide a filter for the marketing industry. The solution: add a slicer to the report and select the marketing industry. Sync slicers to all relevant pages of the report. This one also meets the requirements. So the method does meet the goal. A slicer is another method to filter the data. Syncing the slicer across all relevant pages to the industry ensures that the filter applies to all visions. Note that the end user will have access to the dataset and can query other industries, unless you also apply row line security. Question 60, case 2. You work for a financial institution. You've built a data model and a report in Power BI desktop. The report ran fine during testing, but when in production, users are complaining of performance issues. How can you improve the model's performance? Solution: hide intermediate tables in the model view. Does this help improve performance? No, because hiding intermediate tables does not affect performance. Hiding tables can help clean up the model and create a better user experience, but it does not help to reduce the model size, and there is no effect on performance. Question 61, case 2. You work for a financial institution and you build a data model and report in Power BI desktop. The report ran fine during testing, but when in production, users are complaining of performance issues. How can you improve the model's performance? The solution: convert source PO text column into a number by removing prefix PO 12399 to 12399. So you build a model, it ran fine, but in production there are performance issues. So converting the text column for PO into a number, whether it helps to improve performance, and the answer is yes. Removing the PO prefix and converting the column into a whole number reduces the model size and increases performance. For large tables, it can result in significant data reduction, especially when the column contains unique and high cardinality values. Next question. Question 62, case 2. You work for a financial institution, you've built a data model. It ran fine during testing, but in production, users are complaining of performance issues. How we would improve the model's performance? So the solution here is to remove unnecessary columns. Does this help improve performance? Yes. So removing unnecessary columns reduces the model size and increases performance. Question 63, case 3. You have the schema for the tables used in a bicycle franchise. In your role as a BI consultant, you have been asked to generate some insights from the data. So when you look at the company data schema that is presented here, there is the table name, sales orders and products, date and customer. Then for these tables, you got the column names and their data types specified. So you're asked to create a visualization for the sales by product. However, what should you do before you create the relationship? For the sales by product, so if you are to do sales by product, there are sales, and then when you come to the product table, this category, color, list price, model is text in the sales table. So we're trying to look for unique value. There is product key, product key text, product key whole number. They need to be the same type. So looking at the answers, we need to change the product key to whole number so that we are able so that the one in the product table matches the one in the sales table. So the key in the sales table, that is sales product key, is of type whole number. For relationship to work, the fields must be of the same data type, and you should change the product data type of product key to a whole number. The next question, you should not change, before you go to the next question, just some further explanation. You should not change the data type of sales product key to a fixed decimal, as this does not help the relationship in the product table. You should not create a calculated column of product key, as these will not help the relationship between sales product key and product key. A measure for sales order quantity is also not helpful in creating a relationship between tables. Next question, 64. So there is a case 3 where you have schema for the tables used. The same table we've been looking at. So the question is that the product table's color column has abbreviations as well as names. For instance, there is both black and BLK. What do you need to do to ensure consistency in the color column? You can use replace values in the transform ribbon in Power Query Editor. So you should use replace values in Power Query Editor to ensure the color names are consistent. For instance, you replace BLK with black. You should not export the table to Excel, as this will not fix the data inconsistency in the colors column. You should not edit the source applied step in M-code, as this only tells Power BI where your source data is located. Do not use remove duplicates transformation, as this will delete rows from your table. Question 65, the same case we were looking at, and in this case, the question we are being asked is that when reviewing the customer table, you find that some postcodes appear to be missing. For instance, 0800 does not seem to exist. What do you need to do to ensure all postcodes from the original data are in your model? So here, option A, use add columns. Option A, use add columns from examples to fix discrepancies. Option B, use transform, then adjust the rounding. Option C, go to the transform ribbon and click on use first row as header. D, make sure the postcode data is type text and not whole number. So if the original data uses 0 as a prefix for some postcodes, converting to a whole number will remove that 0. For instance, 0800 will become 800. So to prevent losing this data, change the postcode data type to text. In the applied step, changed type. Note that column profiling is based on the past 1,000 rows, and if Power BI does not see any cases of zero prefixes, the tool will assume that the column is a whole number. You should not use the add columns from examples as the issue is in the data type conversion. You should also not adjust the rounding of the postcode number. The problem is at the start of the number, not at the end of the number. Using first row as header addresses the column name and not the data type. So the correct answer here is D. Make sure the postcode data type is text and not whole number. Then on to question 66, the same case that we were looking at. The question here is that you've been asked to add a column for profit, which is revenue minus price. What steps do you need to do to calculate the profit in the model? What steps do you need to do to calculate the profit in the model? So first of all, you need to create a custom column called profit and set profit, the formula sales amount, which are order quantity times unit price. Then you set the data type to fixed decimal. That is the answer. You should perform the steps in the following order. You create a custom column named profit. Then you set the formula sales amount, that is order quantity times unit price. Then you set the data type to fixed decimal. You should not unpivot the unit price column. Unpivoting converts the data headers stored horizontally into a vertical format. This does not help you calculate profit. Duplicating the order quantity column is an unnecessary additional step. You should not create a group by. A group by function is used to summarize rows and not used for row level calculations. Question 67. You have some new staff joining your Power BI team. To help them get started in Power BI Desktop, you want to create a way for them to connect to the data sources that you are using on your project. All they need to do to connect to the data is enter their user credentials to authenticate. How could you achieve this? So the answer is you need to create a Power BI IDS file, with your key data sources. So you can create a Power PBI DS file to streamline the experience for new or beginner report creators in your organization. If you create the PBIDS file from existing reports, it's easier for beginning report authors to build new reports from the same data. In answer A, A dynamic mQuery does not assist in enabling data source connections. In answer B, an Excel macro cannot be used to create a template for a Power BI report. In answer C, you cannot create a data template in the lineage view in Power BI service. Question 68, you use an R script to build a custom visual. However, you find that you cannot see data marked NA and you're getting an error when importing your data as a list. What could be the two reasons for these issues? So NA is transformed into null in Power BI. That could be a reason. And also Power BI only supports R data frames. That could be another reason. So what we are saying is that values that are NA in your data are translated to null values in Power BI desktop. Only data frames are imported into Power BI, so be sure to present the data you want to import in a data frame. Power BI does not support lists, matrices, and other data structures. Answer B, where we are saying you've not used the correct R version, is not correct. The version of R does not influence these issues. Option D, where we are saying you need to first install the library tidyr, is not correct. The tidyr library is not required. It is used for changing the layout of your datasets. Question 69. You have an inactive relationship between your date table and your shipping table. How would you use an inactive relationship in a measure? So in this case, you would use the use relationship function to use an inactive relationship in a measure. So the use relationship function specifies an existing relationship to be used in the evaluation of a DAX expression. Do not use the lookup value function. It retrieves a value from a table, but we need to connect a relationship for the measure. Then, do not delete an active relationship as these will break any existing visuals created. Lastly, do not change the cross-filter direction. It is used to allow the data to be filtered in either direction. Question 70. Your client has asked you whether you can create data alerts for all of the key visuals on your dashboard. Which two visuals can you not create a data alert? So you can't create a data alert for a KPI, for a funnel chart, and you can't create a data alert for a stacked column chart. But you can create a data alert for a KPI chart, a gauge chart, or a card chart. Alerts can only be set on gauges, KPIs, and cards. A funnel and stacked column chart do not support alerts. On to question 71. So here you build a key influencers visual and you want to see how sales amount is affected by product category and product color. How do you complete the three fields below? So there is analyze, you need to add data fields. There is explain by, you need to add that data field and expand by. So the option is to analyze sales, sell amount. Then you need to explain by product category. Then product color. So as you want to analyze the sales amount, you use the sales amount in the analyze well. We want to use product category and color. So we add product category and product color to the explain by well. We do not use the, the sales quantity as we were asked about sales amount. Do not use expand by. The expand by well is used when analyzing a measure or summarized field. So we only use the explain by, not the expand by. That one is only used when analyze a measure or summarized field. Question 72. You work for NASA's supply chain division. NASA purchases parts for the International Space Station. There are two key tables, a space station inventory and date table. The space station inventory table contains the inventory counts for the parts and the dates of the counts. The date table is a date table you created using MCOD. The supply chain division works Monday to Friday and is closed on state and federal holidays. As senior BI specialist, you've been asked or tasked to show the inventory level for the International Space Station warehouse on the last day of each month. Which DAX function will meet your requirements? So in this case, we will use the calculate sum space station inventory count, last date filter, and space station inventory date. That way we can be able to calculate the inventory level on the last day of each month. So the last date DAX function returns the last non-blank date. We want the inventory count for the last date from the space station inventory table. You should not use last date on the date table. The date table has every date on the calendar, including weekends and holidays. If the last date of the month is a non-working day, we will get a zero inventory count. That's why we don't use the last date on the date table. Then the other thing, do not use the closing balance month DAX function. The function will show inventory for the final calendar date of the month. If the last date of the month is a non-working day, again we'll get a zero inventory count. If you filter by the max inventory count, you'll get the peak during the month and not the ending inventory at the end of the month. Question 73. You work for an electric car manufacturer and you need to import a supplier table into your data model. A supplier table lists the supplier ID, full name, short name, and address. When reviewing the table in Power BI, you want to check the distinct and unique rows for each column. For distinct and unique. So which function would you use for checking distinctness? So the column distribution option shows the count of distinct and unique rows of each column. The column profile option shows value distribution with some statistical summary. Column quality will show the percentage of valid, error, and empty rows. The monospaced option sets all the data preview font to monospaced. The show white spaces option displays white space and new line characters. So the answer here is option C, the column distribution space, because if you want to check distinct and unique, it will show you the count of distinct and unique items, rows for each column. The next question, question 74. You work for a large multinational company that has 23 departments. You've been tasked with creating a report with all the first aid trained staff. You need to create the same report for each department. How can you create the same report for each department in the most efficient manner? So in this case, there are 23 departments and you need to show them. And the answer would be to add a parameter to the report to filter departments. Which is the most efficient manner. So you can add a parameter to the reports to filter department, and this will allow you to use the same report across all departments. You should not create separate Power BI desktop files, as this is inefficient and time consuming. You can imagine creating 23 different reports. Also, you should not create separate workspaces for each department, as this duplicates the report and is time consuming. Workspaces are used for collaboration and there is no need for separate collaboration for every department. Then you should not create a separate dataset for each department, as this also duplicates the report and is time consuming. So just add a parameter to filter per department. Question 75. You have produced reports for a space tourism startup. The founder is thrilled with the Power BI service setup. However, he has some questions on how to promote and secure the datasets to other users in the company. The three requirements are as below. 1. When Power BI service launches, they want the competition report to be displayed on their screen. For the financial dashboard, I want the classification of the data clearly displayed. I want you to highlight particular reports because it's valuable and worthwhile for others to use. I also don't want to ask permission from the Power BI admin each time. So for the above requirements, they can be either certified, promoted, featured, sensitivity label. So in this case, we would use so there are 4 options given. So when a report is marked as featured, it will appear on the Power BI homepage. To show data classification on a dashboard, you can use sensitivity labels. These labels appear next to the dashboard name. Sensitivity labels are created and managed in the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center. Promotion and certification are types of endorsement. Promotion is a way to highlight the content you think is valuable and worthwhile for others to use. Promotion does not need any admin permission. Certification means that the content meets the organization's quality standards and is regarded as reliable and ready for use across the organization. Again, certification does not require admin privileges. So we would use featured. We would add featured would enable it to be displayed on the screen always when someone goes in. Sensitivity label, that is the financial dashboard, it applies a classification ensure that the data is clearly displayed, and then to highlight particular reports, you will promote them, and that would actually help them come out clearly. So the labels appear next to the dashboard name, and they are created and managed in Microsoft 365 Compliance Center. Question 76. So here we are told that you work for an electric scooter manufacturer. You have a report with 5 pages, and you have been asked to filter all 5 pages when you select a particular scooter category on the first page. What are 2 ways you could do this? So there is B, create a report level filter using category in the filter all pages, and E, create a slicer for category on each page and then sync slicers on all pages. Because what you're trying to achieve is that you want to filter all 5 pages when you select a particular scooter category. You can do that by a report level filter where you filtered all pages, or adding a slicer, but then you need to sync it across all pages. A report level filter will create a filter on all 5 pages of the report. Similarly, if each page has a slicer for category, you can use the sync filters to filter all pages together. A filter page will only apply to the one page, and cannot be used to control all 5 pages. That is a page filter. A single button cannot be used with a bookmark across multiple pages. A paginated report is for creating pixel perfect reports and is not used to filter reports across multiple pages. Question 77. A colleague built a Power BI desktop report. Your colleague imported a flight file into Power BI from his local machine. You've inherited the Power BI report and you need to update the source for the file. How do you go about this? So you click on the applied step source and click on the cog to change the file path. You can adjust the source location of your file in Power Query Editor by clicking on the source applied step. In the right corner, you'll click the cog and you'll update the file path. The Home Ribbon Properties button is used to change the name and description of the query and not the file location. The Home Ribbon Manage button is used to delete, duplicate, or reference a query. The Manage button cannot be used to change the file's path. Question 78. A colleague calls you for help. She wants to build an app in Power BI and asks you how to publish that app. What are the 3 most important parts of publishing an app? So we select 3. One is A. On the Permissions tab, decide who has access to the app. Next is D. On the Navigation tab, select the content to be visible in the app. Lastly, F. On the Setup tab, fill in the name and description to help people find the app. So it's setting permissions, selecting the content that you want to be visible in the app, and then on the Setup tab, fill in the name and description to help people find that app. So when publishing an app, fill in the name and description in the Setup tab to help people find the app. Next, under the Navigation tab, select the content that you want to be visible on the app. Finally, on the Permission tab, decide who has access to the app. You can select individual people or the entire organization. There is no title tab when setting up an app. The only three tabs are Setup, Navigation, and Permission. You do not need to create a digital signature when releasing your app, and there is no Sync to Organization button. There is only a Publish App button at the bottom of the screen when you are done. Question 79. Your client asks you to connect to the procurement department Azure Analysis service. You call up their data analyst and he asks you what you need for the connection. What do you need to make the connection and what type of query connection can you use? Select the three correct responses. A, the connect requirement, server name, you need the server name, e.g. Whatever name that you would want to use. You also need the connect option, import, and then lastly you need the connect option, connect as connect live. The steps to connection to the Azure Analysis service in Power BI desktop, click Get Data, Azure Analysis Services database. Under the server, you enter the server name, including the full URL. Then you select the connection option. You can select either import or connect live. You do not need to submit an admin name when connecting to the Azure Analysis service. The two connection options available are import and connect live. While you can use either, connect live is the recommended option as there are limitations to using the import option. Question 80. You are a Power BI analyst for a digital marketing company. You've built a complex report that requires many custom DAX measures and tables. After releasing your report, senior management complains that it's taking too long to load some key visuals. How would you identify the cause of the poorly performing report elements? So use the performance analyzer to examine report element performance. That is how you would identify the cause of the poorly performing report element. So in Power BI desktop, you can find out how each of your report elements are performing using the performance analyzer. You can see and record logs that measure how your report elements perform. For example, DAX formulas and visuals performance timing when users interact with them. Dataverse lets you store and manage data that's used by business applications. The Dataverse cannot be used for performance issues. A drill through allows yourself to drill through on a visual to the focused page to get details that are filtered to that context. A drill through cannot be used for performance diagnostics. Question 81. You have a premium workspace at your company and you want to use automatic page refresh. What are two key considerations to enable automatic page refresh? So there, your capacity administrator must enable the feature, and two, your interval must be greater than the minimum refresh interval. You cannot use automatic data refresh unless your capacity administrator has enabled the feature. Secondly, the capacity administrator has to set a minimum refresh interval. If your interval is less than the minimum refresh interval, the Power BI service overrides your interval to respect the minimum interval set by your capacity administrator. You do not need to disable sharing over the workspace to set automatic page refresh. The refresh time is not rounded to the nearest 30 minutes. A medical services company has contacted you to investigate their transportation provider's performance. The company has a series of metrics they use to monitor the transportation provider's performance including on-time pickup, on-time delivery, billing accuracy, etc. You are asked to find potential factors that contribute to the transportation provider's performance. In that case, you'll use the key influencers chart. That is the type of visualization. You should use a key influencers chart. It helps you understand the factors that drive a metric. You shouldn't use the decomposition tree. It is an AI tool for ad hoc exploration and conducting root cause analysis. You should not use a scatter chart. It is helpful to show outliers across a large data set. And Q&A visual helps users explore the data from questions using natural language algorithms. Question 83. The board of your company would like to see a report on their mobiles. So you go ahead and optimize the report for mobile. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. In the mobile layout, you can double click the visual on the visualization pane and the visual will be added to the canvas. We've been told that is yes, it can happen. You cannot set the layering order of visuals on the mobile layout canvas. That is not true. If you've defined a background color for a report page, the mobile optimized report will have the same background color. That is true. So there are two ways to add a visual to a mobile layout. The first is to drag it from the page visuals pane to the phone canvas. Alternatively, you can double click the visual in the visualization pane. You can set the layering order of visuals in the mobile layout canvas. The order of the list reflects the layer ordering on the canvas. Like a bird's eye view, the first listed visual on the topmost layer is on the topmost layer, while the last listed visual is on the bottommost layer. A mobile optimized report will follow the background color of the report page. On to 84. You discover a quality data source on your company's Azure SQL database. You decide to connect using direct query to the database. What two things are necessary to successfully connect? A. Specify the fully qualified server name when connecting. That is necessary. B. Ensure firewall rules for the database are configured to allow access to Azure services. C. Select automatic schema change detection. D. Tiles are refreshed once per day, so you must configure the schedule. So the answers are the first two. You must specify the full server name when connecting to the Azure SQL database. You can find your fully qualified server name and database name in the Azure portal. Make sure you have configured the firewall rules to allow access to Azure service, or you may not be able to access your database. Schema changes are not automatically detected in Azure SQL database connections. Tiles are refreshed once per hour by default. There is no requirement to configure a scheduled refresh. However, you can adjust how often to refresh in the advanced settings when you connect. Question 85. Your company buys out a transportation company. You find that the company has several tables for customer records, all with the same structured headings. You need to combine these tables to form a new single table for customer segmentation analysis. prior to merging the data into the parent company system. What transformation should you use? Because what you're trying to do is to combine tables, they have the same structure and headings, and you need to combine to form a new single table, so it will be a new one. And therefore, this should be append queries as new. The append query creates a single table by adding the contents of one or more tables to another and aggregates the column headers from the tables to create the schema for the new table. An append query is similar to a union query in SQL. Since the question asks for a new table, then you should append query as new. You should not use the merge transformation. It joins two existing tables together based on matching keys from one or multiple columns. This join is used to add columns to a dataset and not just add rows. A merge transformation is similar to an SQL join. So here what we are doing is the table has the same structure and headings. We're just trying to combine to form a new table. So we use the append query method, not necessarily, we are not like in a situation whereby we have matching keys from one or multiple columns that we are trying to put together. So we leave it there, then we continue. On to question 86. You are asked by management to allow a consultant's custom BI visual. However, by default, management wants no custom visuals. How would you enable the consultant's visual while maintaining the default requirement in the most efficient manner? So the answer here is to add the custom visuals to the organizational store. Custom BI visuals created privately for your organization can be uploaded to the organizational store. Uploading the private files into your organizational store saves overhead and management time. The custom visuals are easily accessed by the Power BI users within the organization while still respecting the external restriction for custom visuals. Number 87. So for question 87, okay, before that, some further explanation. Temporarily disabling the tenant settings is not an efficient way to manage your configuration. While a local Power BI desktop file could have custom visuals, when uploading to Power BI service, the custom visual would still be blocked. Building a separate instance of Power BI is an expensive and inefficient solution to allow a single custom visual. Question 87. What text analytics AI insights are not available in Power BI? So language detection, sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction, those are available. Word sense disambiguation is not available. So AI insights supports language detection, sentiment analysis, and key phrase extraction. Word sense disambiguation involves detecting the meaning of a word within its context. For example, light can be used as a weight, a color, or an electrical appliance. Word sense disambiguation is not available in Power BI. On to question 88. You create a Power BI report for a software company that uses AI for transportation companies. The company has a sales team across several countries, and you create row-level security in the model. Sales managers are restricted to access data from their own country. In Power BI desktop, you create roles for each country, e.g. USA, Canada, UK, France, etc. You add a DAX expression for each role in the region table to filter country. You then add an Azure Active Directory security group for the country to each role. A new user starts in France. What do you need to do for the new user such that they can only see the sales data for France? So what you need to do is add the user to Azure Active Directory for France. That's what you need to do. And when you add the user to Azure Active Directory for France, the role level security groups have been configured to control the membership of each role. So you should change the membership of Azure Active Directory security groups, and that will enable the user to access. You should not edit the DAX expression on Power BI. This just defines the raw filters for the role. Membership is controlled in Power BI service. Do not add the new employee to the workspace as a contributor. The user will be able to see all the data and will not be restricted to the row level security settings. Do not use the test as role in Power BI service. The test as role is a way to preview the data for a role that is not used to assign roles to new members. Then let's go to question 89. You build a dashboard that has an important gauge visual for a furniture manufacturer. The head of manufacturing wants an alert whenever the gauge exceeds a certain value. What are the two options for configuring an alert in Power BI service? So it's to send an email or use Microsoft Power Automate to trigger additional actions. So you can send an email or you can use Microsoft Power Automate to trigger an action. You can then use Power Automate to send a notification to Microsoft Teams, text message, post, or email, and then there is no Microsoft Dataverse alert API. Use Power Automate to listen for the alert trigger. Notifications of alert are controlled by settings in the mobile app and cannot be configured in Power BI service. Question 90. Which is not part of the Power BI service dashboard theme? Is not part of the Power BI service dashboard theme. So there is dark light, colorblind friendly, custom and tab order friendly. So E is not part of it. In Power BI service, you can adjust dashboard theme to one of the four options: light, dark, colorblind friendly, and custom JSON. Tab order is created in a report under selection tab order and is not actually a theme. Question 91. You decide to add a KPI visual for your company's dashboard. You need to show total units this year, show the historic values at monthly level, and for the comparison, use total units last year. What fields should be used for the exhibit below in KPI wells? So there is indicator, trend axis, and target goals. So in this case, indicator should be sales unit this year. Trend axis should be the fiscal month. Target goals will be sales units last year. So the indicator is the measure to plot. So use sales units this year. The trend axis is the period to show the data. So use fiscal month. Lastly, the target goal is the field for comparison. So you use sales units last year. Question 92. You import a customer table from a flat file into your data model. You have been asked to investigate the performance of your model and decide to check all the data sources. View native query. When you come to the customer table, you find that the view native query does not display. What is a possible cause for view native query being disabled? So in this case, the answer is that flat files do not support query folding. So view native query relies on query folding, the ability to generate a single query statement to retrieve and transform source data. A flat file, we blob and common data service do not allow query folding. Hence, view native query is disabled. A promoted header step is not relevant to whether query folding works or not. So in this case, if you are using a flat file, importing to a data model, it doesn't support query folding, and so the view native query will be disabled. You will not be able to see anything. On to question. So the import storage mode will still enable query folding for relational database sources. Lastly, row level security is not relevant to the data source query folding. Question 93. Please complete the below sentence. If your dataset resides on a premium capacity, you can schedule up to how many refreshes per day? You can schedule up to 48 refreshes per day. In the Power BI service dataset settings, you can also trigger an on-demand refresh by selecting refresh now in the dataset menu. So you can configure up to 8 daily time slots if your dataset is on shared capacity, or 48 time slots on Power BI Premium. So on shared capacity, it's 8. On Power BI Premium, it's 48. Scheduled refreshes are set up in Power BI service, and you can trigger an on-demand refresh by selecting refresh now in the dataset menu. Question 94. You create a report for a hospital and use row-level security for doctors to view their metrics and salary using a doctor's role. You also create a hospital manager role that can see all the data. The employee table you use for RLS has ID, name, role, and email address. For each of the following statements, select yes if true, otherwise select no. Doctors will be able to see their wages, yes. Setting the DAX filter on the doctor's role to email address is equals to user principal name allows doctors to see only their metrics. So that one will allow doctors to see only their metrics. Setting the DAX filter for hospital manager's role to false allows hospital managers to view all the data. No, that one is not true. They will not view all the data. So since you applied row level security to doctors, they'll be able to see their wages and metrics. The DAX function user principal name returns the user's email address, e.g. johnsmith@whateverhospital.com. When the DAX function sets the email address to equal the user principal name, we are using a dynamic row level security method that will compare users' email addresses to that in the employee table. These will then restrict the data that the doctor can see. When the DAX filter for hospital managers is set to true, the manager will see all the data. When the DAX filter is set to false, no data will be shown. Question 95. You import the below transport table into your model and have been instructed to find the totals across destination zip codes. Which summarization tool would you recommend for aggregating the below 3 columns, that is the destination zip, the weight, and units? In that case, it will be none, sum, because destination zip is text. Weight and units are decimal and whole number respectively, so those ones can be aggregated. So the destination zip is a text field, so we can't use a summarization option. The weight is a decimal and we are interested in the total values, so we can use the sum aggregation. Similarly, units is a whole number and we are interested in the total values, so again we can use sum there. Question 96. You work as a BI engineer at an oil and gas company. You are asked to calculate a year-to-date calculation on the sales across your dataset. You have generated a date table using M-code that has the date and year field. You also have a calculated measure called sales total, which is the sum of the sales amount. See the exhibit below for the desired output in the column sales year to date. What are the two ways to calculate the year to date sales from your data? So from the data, calculating the year to date sales, looking for two ways to do that. from this data, we can see the way it's outlined. So we can, looking at the options we have here, is a calculate, is a total QTD, is a date. So the answer is either A or B. Using the calculate sales total filter with all, we'll be able to do that. All total QTD, sales total, total YTD, sales total, and then calculate. So answer A is the manual way to calculate total YTD function. In the filter, you first clear the filter context on the date table using the all function. If you forget to clear the filter context with all, the aggregation will not work and will give the same value as the total sales for the month. The first part of the filter, date, year is equal to max, ensures that the year to date is limited to a single year and not the entire data set. The and adds an and logical operator, enabling an extra filter expression. The second expression in the filter, that is date less than or equal to max date, ensures that each time the period is aggregated, the expression ensures the aggregation is on or before the period in the table. Without the second expression, you would get the year total for each period. B is the total quarter to date. Since we want year to date, we need the total YTD function, not the total QTD function. So answer C correctly gives the total year to date using the DAX function, total YTD. Answer D is missing the all date function to clear the filter context. Question 97. Your manager at a construction materials company wants to know how category sales have changed over time with an animation. You decide that a chart with an animation to show changes across months would help visualize the data. How would you go about achieving this objective? So it would be by creating a scatter chart and add month to the play axis well. Because what you're trying to do is do an animation showing changes across months and you want to visualize that. So the play axis is a feature on a scatter chart that animates changes with time. You create your scatter chart, then in the play axis well, you add your date period. Below the chart, you will see a play button and a time axis. You should not use a line chart with month in the axis well, as this does not animate the time series. You should not use a waterfall chart as this is not appropriate, not the appropriate chart for time series animation. Waterfall charts are useful for understanding how an initial value, such as sales, is affected by a series of positive and negative changes. You should not use a tree map for time series animation. Tree maps are used to display hierarchical data as a set of nested rectangles. Question 98. You are asked to create a measure to calculate the sales amount, including the value added tax, with the ability to go to the lowest level of detail, that is row level. In addition, the value added tax is only relevant for order dates after Jan 1, 2018. Prior to 2018, there is no tax applicable. Looking at the exhibit below, which is an example of an output, how would you achieve this goal using DAX expressions? So these are conditional sales with tax, and that is the sales tax. So the conditional sales with tax are just gotten by multiplying So to achieve that, we use the sum x function and we set sales if sales order date is greater than or equal to 1st Jan 2018, then the sales amount plus sales tax, comma sales amount. So we want to be able to calculate at row level. That is why we use sum x. Within the sum x expression, we can add an if statement to test whether the date is after Jan 1, 2018. If the statement is true, then add the sales tax. Otherwise, show the sales amount. Answer A is not correct as it does not have a conditional statement for the order date. Answer C is not correct because it only shows values after 2018. Before 2018, the measure returned 0. Question 99. At your company, you are the Power BI administrator. Your company policy states that only DA100 certified people are allowed to create new workspaces. The people who are DA100 certified are grouped into a security group called DA100 Workspace. You hire several new people who have recently completed the DA100 certification and assign them to the DA100 Workspace security group. The new users complain that they cannot create new workspaces. What 3 actions do you need to take in sequence in the admin portal to fix this issue? So possible actions involve 1. Navigate to Power BI admin portal and select tenant settings. The second option is to click on the workspace settings and then click on create workspaces. And lastly, choose specific security groups to apply to and add DA100 workspace. So the steps to fix is you need to go to the BI portal, select tenant settings, click on workspace settings, then click on create workspaces, then choose the specific security group to apply to and add DA100 workspace. You should not use Office 365 security to change workspace settings. This must be done in the Power BI admin portal. There is no refresh button you need to click to apply changes. After you've completed the 3 steps, you can click on the apply button. Question 100. You have built a dashboard for the board of a soft drink company. One of the board members has some ideas he wants to test with several visuals from a report page. However, he wants to be able to immediately see the updates in the dashboard after you make changes. How would you go about doing this in the most efficient manner? So in this case, you will pin the report page as live to the dashboard so that they can easily see. So pinning the report page as live to the dashboard enables any changes you make to the visualizations in the report editor, like adding a filter or changing fields used in the chart to reflect immediately in the dashboard tile as well. You should not create a new dashboard every time a request is made, as this takes time and is highly inefficient. You just pin the report page as live. Then on the report page, there is no select embed in dashboard. Also, there is no embed hyperlink in dashboard option. Question 101. You work for a rapid fashion company and are tasked with calculating the percentage change in sales from last month. You are given a measure sales total that aggregates sales and you have the dates table built in DAX. You built in DAX. How would you calculate the last month's sales percentage change? So to calculate last sales percentage change, it's option A. The var sales last month is equals to calculate sales total date add, which takes date -1 and month. VAR sales percentage change is equals to divide. Remember, the divide function is better, it handles any zero errors, and you return sales percentage change. So using variables and this return command is really helpful for performance. So we are saying that you can use date add to look 1 month backward using the notation date add date -1 month. Noticing that the -1 indicates backward looking. Using the divide function, you can calculate the difference between last month and the current month's value and divide by the previous month to get a percentage change. Answer B is not correct as parallel period uses quarter instead of month. Answer C is not correct because some period last year looks at the previous year's value and not last month's value. Question 102. Senior management wants you to add data classifications to your dashboards to raise awareness with those viewing your dashboards about what level of security should be used. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So we are saying that if data classification is turned on, all dashboards start out with a default classification type. If you turn data classification off, all the tags are remembered. Each classification has a name. So the thing is, all the tags will not be remembered. Each classification has a name, a shorthand tag, and an optional URL that is true. So in our explanation, when data classification is turned on in the tenant settings, all dashboards are given a default classification type. If you turn off data classification, none of the tags are remembered if you decided to switch on data classifications later. Lastly, each classification has a name and a shorthand tag. You can optionally add a URL with more information about your organization's classification guidelines and usage requirements. 103. You have created a measure for the percentage of sales subcategory to sales and wish to apply conditional formatting as per the below exhibit. The rule you want to use is if the value is less than 10%, then shade the cell blue, and if it's greater than 10, shade the cell green. How would you complete the below conditional formatting table? So there is a format by, and in this case, just looking at the solutions we have, we are saying that format rules row 1, 0, stock number, and 0.1 stock number, row 2, 0.1 stroke number and 1 stroke number. The basic explanation is that when you have set a specific set of requirements for your conditional formatting, select the rules format drop down. Next, we know we want the first row to be greater than number 0 and less than number 0.1. Since 0.1 is the number equivalent to 10%, on the second line, we want the color green for when we have a value greater than the number 0.1 but less than 1. You should not select a color scale as you can only set a minimum and maximum across the entire range. Here we have a specific set of rules we want to apply. You should not use a field value. You can use field value when you have separate columns with the names of the colors you want to use. Note that if you use percent instead of number of fields containing percentages, you may get unexpected results. The percent in conditional formatting gives the percentage of the given range. For example, our range for the accessories categories is 1.1% to 38.1%. Once again, I'll just present that solution so that we see whether it makes sense. It's part C where we are saying format rules 1, 0 for number, 0.1 number, row 2, 0.1 number and 1 number. On to question 104. You work for a winemaker who has a selection of white and red wines that are fermented in barrels. The process can take between 5 and 35 months. Your dataset has columns for fermentation time, start and end date. You need to create a bar chart that shows wine fermentation time in ranges of 5 months. When creating the bar chart, which 4 actions should you perform in sequence? So in creating the bar chart, you need to first of all select the fermentation time column, right click and select new group, set group type to bean, set the bean type to number of beans and make the bean count 6. So you should perform those steps as they are like that. You select the fermentation time column, right click, select new group, set group type to bean, set bean type to number of beans, make the bean count 6. You should not set the bean count to 5. There are 30 months, each with 5, so that will be 6. We should not set the bean size to 6 since the question specifically asks for ranges of 5 months, that is a bean size of 5. Question 105. Your company has a current year target of last year's sales multiplied by an additional 10%. You have a debt table called debt and you have a measure to sum sales called sales total. How would you go about creating a DAX measure to calculate this? So in this case, the previous year sales is equals to calculate sales total, debt add debt negative 1 year, the target sales is equals to previous year sales times 1.1, then you return target sales. So you should use calculate and date add to find last year's sales value. You then multiply the previous year's sales by 1.1 to get a 10% increase for the target. In answer A, you should not use sum x as the first parameter is a table, not a measure. In answer C, you should not use calculate table as the result returned is a table and we want a scalar value. The calculate function will return a scalar value. Also, the target sales figure is multiplied by 1.1, not 0.1. In answer D, we want last year's sales value, not last month's. The return statement should be for the target sale and not the previous year's sales. Question 106. You work for a crypto exchange as a BI analyst. You are tasked with creating a report for weekly trends across the asset ranges. Your source dataset has over 150 million rows. What two things can you do to optimize the report performance? One, use the direct query storage mode for the dataset. And lastly, create a summary table in the source data grouped by weekly volumes. So by using direct query storage mode, the data will not be held in the model. When a user views a visual, the queries will be sent to the database. However, performance of the query is dependent on capacity of the data source. Occasionally or additionally, creating a summary table that is grouped by week will reduce the model size. This will reduce the number of records that Power BI needs to process for calculations and visuals. So we indicated that by using direct query for storage mode, the data will not be held in the model. When a user views a visual, the queries will be sent to the database. However, performance of the query is dependent on the capacity of the data source. Additionally, creating a summary table that is grouped by week will reduce the model size. These will reduce the number of records that Power BI needs to process for calculations and visuals. Limiting the model to only line graphs does not affect the model performance. You should not use the import storage mode. The import mode will bring all transactions into the model and give an extremely large model. This will also mean the model will take a significant time to refresh the dataset. Tab and layer orders do not affect the model performance. Question 107. You work for a bicycle manufacturer and you've created a bar chart with sales by category. Your boss wants to know the median sales, the 50th percentile of all values in a column rather than the total sales for each category. What are the two ways you can achieve this goal? So one is create a new measure using the median DAX function on the sales column. And two, in the chart value well, right click on sales and change the summarization to median. So the first way to create a DAX measure using the median function, you could create a measure such as median of sales is equals to median sales amount. The other option is to right click sales in the values well and change the summarization type to median. You should not add a trend line. This will not help to find the median value. You should not use count distinct as we want the median, not the count. You should not use the percent of grand total, as this will not give you the percentage of all category cells. Question 108. Your users give you feedback that they would like your reports to have more interactivity. You add some interactivity. To answer, select the following feature of, for each requirement from top to bottom. A feature may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the features, there is a back button, there is a tab selection, there's bookmarks, there's edit interactions. So the actual question is, to edit the way visuals within the same page respond when a data point is selected. So for that one, it will be about edit interactions. To create a view of a report with specific filters applied, that will be bookmarks. A way for users to return to the previous page, that will be the back button. So for edit the way visuals within the same pages respond, that will be edit interactions. A view of a report with specific filters applied, that is what we call the bookmarks. Then there is a back button. So to edit the way visuals interact with each other on a report page, we use the edit interactions button after you select a visual. There are two options, cross filter and cross highlight. Cross filter will filter other characters when you pick on a data point. Alternatively, cross highlight will highlight the proportion on the value when you click on a data point. Bookmarks are used to store a report page and its configuration so that you can return to the view later. You can set the filters and slicers in a bookmark to get the visual configuration set in a certain way. A back button has an arrow icon. When you select it, Power BI takes you back to the previous page. Question 109. You find that your visuals on a report page are taking a long time to load and you need to find the cause. You remember that there is a way how each of your report elements, such as visual and tax and DAX formulas, are performing. There's a way to get how each of your report elements, like visuals and DAX formulas, are performing. What 5 actions should you take in sequence from the below set of potential steps? So what you need to do in such a case, you'll use the performance analyzer and you'll create a new blank report page. You restart Power BI, you open the performance analyzer, you press start recording, you interact with the visuals, press stop and review results. So you create a new blank report page, restart Power BI, open performance analyzer, start recording, interact with visuals, then you stop and review the results. So in answer A, you should first create a blank report page. You do not need to enable diagnostic login. In answer B, you should not use SQL Server Diagnostics. This is not available within Power BI. And in answer D, you should not use the Query Diagnostic tool. Query Diagnostics is a Power Query tool to determine processing at authoring and at refresh time in Power BI desktop. Query Diagnostics does not tell you anything about visuals. On to 110. You have a dataset in Power BI service and you want to use quick insights to get some ideas for a dashboard. However, you notice that quick insights are not working. What are the three possible reasons for quick insights not working? So it could be that your dataset uses direct query. It could be that your dataset uses streaming, or that your dataset is not statistically significant. So quick insights doesn't work with direct query, streaming, and push datasets. Quick insights only works with data uploaded to Power BI. Furthermore, some datasets can't generate insights because the data is not statistically significant. Uploaded data through import will work for quick insights. Measures will work with quick insights. Question 111. You have two visuals as per the below exhibit. You have the sales by year on the left, and on the right, you have sales by category. You need to configure the visual interaction between the two charts. So edit the visual interaction between sales by year and sales by category. For each of the statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. If you do not want the sales by year chart to filter the sales by category chart, set the interaction behavior to none. So that is yes, it's true. When you set the interaction behavior to none, then sales by year chart will not filter the sales by category chart. If you want the sales by year chart to highlight sales by category, select the sales by category and edit interaction. So that is no. No. Also, to focus on the proportion of sales by category, you should set the interaction behavior. That is also a no. So when you set interaction behavior to none, the visual is not affected by other charts. If you want the sales by year chart to highlight the sales by category chart, first select the sales by year chart and edit interaction on the sales by category chart. To show a proportion of sales by category, when you select the year column, you should use the highlight interaction behavior. The highlight will dim the non-relevant data so you can see the proportion as per exhibit. If you use the filter interaction, all non-relevant data is removed. If you use the filter interaction, all the non-relevant data is removed. On to question 112. Your company has a Power BI premium license and you want to use the AI features in your report to expose insights. Which of the following two statements is not true? You can the decomposition tree requires a premium subscription. That is not true. You cannot use Power BI to tag images. That is also not true. So you can build a piece of text and return a list of key phrases. That is true. You can build your own machine learning models and use them in Power BI desktop. That is true. The sentiment analysis is available for select languages. That is true. So if you take a piece of text and return, you can take a piece of text and return a list of key phrases using key phrase extraction. In Azure Machine Learning, you can create your own machine learning models. Then these models can be used within Power BI desktop. And the composition tree is a standard AI visual and does not require a premium subscription. Sentiment analysis, e.g., assign positive or negative to a review, is available to select languages. on to 113. So for 113, you have created a dashboard. You created a dashboard you want to share with your suppliers to help with the data communications between your organizations. Your supplier has a Power BI Pro license and uses Power BI within the organization as well. Prior to sharing your dashboard with your supplier, what do you need to do? So you need to go to the tenant settings, enable share content with external users. Users can share reports and dashboards with people outside the organization. The share content with external users setting is found in the export and sharing settings group. Your supplier has Power BI Pro and does not need Power BI Premium to view your reports. Enabling email notifications for outages or incidences is not critical for sharing content outside your organization. Publishing your dashboard to the web will make the report available for anyone on the internet to see. Since you only want to share the report with your supplier, this option is not appropriate. Question 114. You work for a software company that enables crypto payments for retailers. The key tables you have for your company's reporting requirements are debt. Debt is a debt table created in DAX. Countries is a geographic table that is rarely used. Sales has the software sales to retailers and has many new records added every day. Which storage model should you use for each of the three requirements from top to bottom? So debt, countries, and sales, the method that you should use for storage of that data. So there is import direct query, simply meaning that you should use the import mode for calculated table and for the countries table. Since these tables will rarely change, import is the best option. Then the sales table should use direct query, as direct query does not cache the data and is useful when using large amounts of data. You should not use dual storage mode. Tables with dual setting can act as either cached or not cached. Depending on your context of the query that's submitted to the Power BI dataset, there is not a need for dual storage on this dataset. You should not use a live connection. It is normally used for streaming data such as analytic services from IoT devices. Question 115. For your annual report, your company has produced a YouTube video. Your manager asks to add this YouTube video to your financial dashboard so the board members can see the video in the dashboard. How would you go about adding the YouTube video to your dashboard? So you would add a video tile. A video tile allows you to add a YouTube or Vimeo video to your dashboard. The video plays right on your dashboard. Do not use an image tile. It's used for static images like logos. And then also do not use a text box tile. It's only used to add headings. Do not use a custom streaming data tile. This is used for sensor data or feeds like Twitter. Question 116. You have a large Power BI dashboard for stock prices that display weekly performance. The dataset goes back to 1985. When the dashboard refreshes, it takes visuals too long to load. How would you optimize the model performance? So you would configure incremental refresh. Incremental refresh allows you to refresh large datasets quickly and as often as you need without having to reload the historical data each time. Filter parameters for the start, that is the range start, and the end range, that is the range end, are configured within Power BI desktop. The incremental refresh policy can then be defined. A personal gateway does not assist with the large dataset. A streaming tile is used for analysis service data and will not assist with this dataset. Changing the time zone in the tenant setting will not optimize the data performance. Question 117. Your country has created a register for confirmed COVID-19 cases. The data is recorded in a large Azure SQL database and is updated continuously. You've been contracted as a consultant to assist your government in creating a dashboard to visualize the data in Power BI. How would you configure your connection to the COVID-19 database? You would connect to the data with direct query. So direct query is the best connection type for large datasets, and no data is imported or copied into Power BI. Do not create a script to continuously import the data. To prevent the dataset from getting too large, use direct query. Do not use AI Insights, which is a data visualization tool and not a data connection. In question 118, you work for an electric engine manufacturer as a Power BI admin. You have two colleagues, Ray and Jen, who need access to your workspace. Ray will need to publish and change permissions for the apps. Jen needs to be able to publish reports to the workspace and delete content. So what workspace roles would you give them? So you would give Ray a member access. They can be able to access the workspace, publish and change permissions for apps, while you'll give Jen a contributor permission for them to be able to publish reports and delete content in the workspace. Ray should be assigned the member role. They can publish and change permissions for apps, while Jen should have a contributor role. They can publish reports to the workspace and delete content. On to question 119. The company uses a transport provider that charges freight costs and fuel surcharge costs as per the below exhibit for the transport table. How would you create a measure for the raw level average of the sum of freight and surcharge? So for the raw level average, we'll use the average X, transport freight plus transport surcharge. The average X function enables you to evaluate expressions for each row of a table and then take the resulting set of values and calculate its arithmetic mean. We can calculate the sum of rate plus surcharge and then calculate the average across all rows using average X. Do not use the average function. Average takes the average of a single column and does not allow for an expression at row level. Do not use SUMX. SUMX function would have to be combined with the count function for the average. Do not use average A. It takes a column and averages the numbers in it, but also handles non-numeric data types. The function does not allow for row level expressions. On to question 120. You are checking your data for errors and want to see the average and standard deviation for a column. What data quality option should you use? You want to see the average and standard deviation for a column. So for that, you would use the column profile. It gives you the column distribution chart as well as key column statistics, including average, standard deviation, mean, and max. You are the Power BI admin at your company. You have assigned a colleague as a member role in your workspace. What roles can she not perform? Updating an app, she can do. Managing dataset permissions, she can do. Updating and deleting the workspace, she can't. That can only be done by an admin. Allowing others to reshare items, can do. So a member can perform all tasks except the three admin roles: updating and deleting the workspace, add or remove people, including other admins, allow contributors to update the app for the workspace. Question 122. You work in a warehouse for a large e-commerce company. You have a Power BI premium dashboard of the key logistics metrics called daily shipments. You like to receive a daily snapshot by email of the daily shipments dashboard. How can you achieve this goal? So you need to subscribe to the dashboard. When you subscribe to a dashboard, and Power BI will email a snapshot to your inbox. In answer A, you cannot integrate a dashboard to Power BI desktop to receive a snapshot. In B, being added to a workspace as a contributor allows you to edit and publish content, but does not help receive a daily snapshot of the dashboard. In answer C, notifications include updates to apps, alerts that have been triggered on dashboards, information about Power BI events and meetings, and new content added to workspaces. Notifications do not send snapshots to your email. Question 123. You are in Power Query Editor and you see the below view across multiple columns. What data profile tool shows the image in the red box? So in this red box, you can see there are some bars distributed across. So you're being asked what data profile tool would show such. So there is column distribution, column quality, column histogram, column profile. So the column distribution shows a histogram of values and displays the number of distinct and unique items in a column. So that is the column distribution. Column quality shows percentage of valid, error, and empty cells. Column histogram, there is no option for that in Power Query Editor. Column profile shows a distribution of a single column together with a number of key statistics. So this is the column distribution. It's the one that will show a histogram of values and displays the number of distinct and unique items in a column. That is the column distribution. 124, you have two tables named invoice and geo that are connected through an active relationship using the geo ID field. You need to be able to filter the data from both the geo table and from the invoice table. That is, you need the invoice table filtered by geo and geo table filtered by invoice type. You have configured row level security so that geographic leaders can see the invoices from their region. You are having difficulty getting RLS working for the relationship between geo and invoices. Which two actions should you perform to resolve this issue? So in the relationship view, check apply security filter in both directions. Then in the relationship view, set the cross filter direction to both. So that will to enable tables to be filtered in either direction, we need to set the cross filter direction in to both. Also, to allow the security filter to work in both directions, check apply security filter in both directions. Do not set the cross filter direction to single. Setting to single will restrict filtering in a single direction, and do not uncheck. Make this relationship active. If you make the relationship inactive, the two tables will not be able to join together. Question 125. You have four different data sizes and types. Select which file or files can be imported into Power BI service without premium capacity. So there is JSON 200 MB, CSV 1.5 GB, text 500 MB, XLSX 2.1 GB. So JSON 200 MB will be imported, and also text 500 MB will be imported. So there is a 1 GB limit for datasets stored in shared capacities in the Power BI service. Only the JSON and text files are under 1 GB. So those are the only ones that will be imported because of the 1 GB limit. Then on question 126, your company plans to use data flows to process the data stored in the common data service to prepare for Power BI reports and dashboards. Where should you store the data flow? So it can be Azure Data Lake Gen 2, because we want to use data flows to process data stored in common data service to prepare for Power BI reports and dashboards. So we store our data flows in Azure Data Lake Gen 2. You can store the data from data flow using common data model folders. However, you cannot store the data flow itself in a common data model folder. You cannot use SharePoint or Azure SQL Server to store your data flows. It has to be the Azure Data Lake Gen 2. 127. You are a Power BI user admin. Which two tasks can you perform? You can create or manage users and groups. You can also reset user passwords. Those are the two tasks that you can perform. So in answering this question, the other options, we're saying that a Power BI user can reset user passwords, and a Power BI user admin can reset user passwords, and create and manage users and groups. A billing admin can manage subscriptions. A Power Platform admin can enable and disable Power BI features. That is a platform admin. Question 128. You want to share a dashboard with the external guest users from another business. How would you share content with external users? So you would invite external guests through the Azure Active Directory B2B. Power BI enables sharing content with external guest users through Azure Active Directory business to business, Azure AD B2B. By default, external guests can only view reports and dashboards. Additionally, you can allow guest users outside to edit and manage content within your organization. You cannot share a dashboard directly. You cannot add external user emails in the tenant setting. You cannot modify workspace permissions to allow for external users. Question 129. You think that a decomposition tree may be useful for your analysis? What two things does a decomposition tree do? It does conduct root cause analysis. It also helps to visualize data across multiple dimensions. So it can do segments that contribute to a selected metric value, and it can contrast the relative importance of factors. So a decomposition tree is used to visualize data across multiple dimensions and can be used to conduct root cause analysis. A key influencer visual creates segments that contribute to selected metric values and contrast the relative importance of the factors. Question 130. You have an inventory table and a data table. We look at that exhibit and need to calculate a semi-additive measure for the closing inventory value. How would you complete the value field in the DAX expression? The last inventory level is equals to calculate sum inventory quantity value. So we put a last date inventory movement date. So use the last date function to get the last date of the inventory movement date field. If you used the date table with last date, that is date, you may get a weekend or holiday when no inventory was done. So don't just use last date. It might be a weekend. Use last date, inventory movement date, or whichever date there is likely to be movement. Do not use max or last date and the date field, and you may get a weekend or holiday when no inventory was recorded. Do not use last none blank, as this function expects a column and an expression. Question 131. You work for a bike company and create a report of sales and category. You build a measure for the sales percentage of categories and want to add additional formatting such as the colors for low values are red, center values are orange, and high values are green. How do you achieve these? Additional formatting for colors. So you need to use the conditional formatting with a color scale and check the diverging setting. Conditional formatting with a color scale and check the diverging setting. Use conditional formatting and under format, you select color scale. Next, select the diverging setting, and you now have three color options. minimum, center, and maximum. Set the minimum color to red, the center color to orange, and the maximum to green. Do not use a color scale with default settings. This setting will give only two color settings, one color for minimum and one color for maximum. Do not also use the format by rules. For rules-based conditional formatting, you will need a specific numeric range for each color, and you'll not be able to see a diverging color scheme as per the exhibit. Do not also use conditional formatting with field values. This conditional formatting setting relies on a column with color names or color codes. Question 132. You're working on a fast-moving R&D project for an autonomous vehicle company. You create a dashboard but find that management wants to make quick changes to both content and layout that they can see immediately on the dashboard. Management is only comfortable using a dashboard. What should you do to achieve this goal? Create an app, add management to the workspace as viewer roles, create a refresh schedule for twice a day, pin the report as a live page. So when you pin an entire page, the tiles are live. You can interact with the visuals directly on the dashboard. Changes you make to any of the visualizations back in the report editor, like adding a filter or changing the fields used in the chart, are reflected in the dashboard tile. Do not create an app. Any layout changes will not be reflected in the app. Do not add management to the workspace. This will not help them see an up-to-date dashboard. Note that they are only interested in accessing a dashboard and do not want to access the underlying workspace. Do not add a refresh schedule, as management wants to see updates immediately in the dashboard. Question 133. You have worked hard to create a clean dataset of your company's customer details, including address and geocode. The senior director in your division has asked that all people within your company are aware of the high quality, authoritative customer dataset that meets all the company's standards. How can I achieve this goal? So there is the, the option to seek promote content, select promote content, ask authorized reviewers to certify your content, select featured content, locate a new workspace with high quality data, and add entire company as members. That one doesn't really sound like an efficient method. So there is an aspect of the certification. So we'll use option B. Certification means that the content meets the company's quality standards and is regarded as reliable, authoritative, and ready for use across the organization. Only authorized reviewers defined by the Power BI administrator can certify content. Do not select promote content because that's a way to highlight content you think is valuable and worthwhile for others to use. It encourages the collaborative use and spread of content within an organization. Promotion is not used for authoritative, reliable data sources. Do not select feature content on home because when you feature dashboards, reports, and apps, they appear in the featured section of your colleague's Power BI homepage. Do not create a new workspace and add a new person as a member. This will give your entire company the ability to edit your dataset and reports within the workspace. Question 134. You have a time series chart for your cells and you need to display a line to show the direction the data has moved over your selected period. How would you add this black dotted line? So it's like a line to show the direction, it's a trend line. So if you look at the exhibits that we have, you can see that there is a trend showing an increasing trend there. So how do you do that? You add a trend line in the analytics pane. Power BI provides options to draw a trend line for visualization using scatter plot charts and line charts. To add a trend line, go to the analytics pane and add a trend line. Do not add an average line as this will not give a horizontal line that averages the data value. Do not add a forecast line. A forecast line takes the historic data and estimates future values using a triple exponential smoothing algorithm. Do not add a play axis to the virtual because it's used to create an animation of scatter chart across time. Question 135. Your company is considering Power BI report server and you are asked if certain features are available. Which of the following three features are not available in Power BI server? So dashboards, Q&A, and row level security. Sorry, quick insights and quick insights. Dashboards, Q&A, and quick insights are not available in Power BI report server. So there are several features that are available in Power BI service but not available in Power BI report server. Of the listed items, dashboards, Q&A, quick insights are not available in the report server. So what we have in the server will be paginated reports, row level security. On to question 136. You work at a bike company and have two tables that use direct query, product and category. Just looking at the below table of the exhibit. These two tables are joined with a relationship from product to category using the category ID column. To increase the efficiency in your join, we decide to check assume referential integrity in the relationship. Will this help the join between your tables? Assume referential integrity. So in this case, if you say we assume referential integrity, it will not help. So assume referential integrity enables running more efficient queries against your direct query data source. However, for referential integrity to work, data in the from column in the relationship can never be null or blank. The data should not be null or blank if you are selecting assume referential integrity. It just enables more efficient queries, but there shouldn't be any blank items like we have. Question 137. You are designing a data model and have a date table and a sales table as per the below exhibit. You create an active relationship between the date and sales delivery date. You also create an inactive relationship between a date and sales order date. How would you create a measure with the inactive order? By filling in the correct function, correct DAX function where you have an inactive all the dates. You would need to the use relationship because it specifies an existing relationship to be used in the evaluation of a DAX expression. The relationship is defined by naming as arguments the two columns that serve as endpoints. As long as an active or inactive relationship exists, you can use the use relationship in your calculation. Do not use value. The values function returns a single column table of unique values. Do not use select columns. The select columns function returns a table with selected columns. Do not use related. The related function returns a related value from another table. Question 138. You are a Power BI consultant and you are doing some remote work for a mining company in Western Australia. You need to build a date table that starts from November 2010 and ends in December 2025. You decide you use DAX to create a table. How should you create the DAX expression? So there is date, calculate, there is calendar. So using DAX, you need to take the calendar function, put in a date, specify the beginning, specify the end. So it has the function calendar must have a start and end date. For each date, use the date function and add in the three parameters for year, month, and day. In A, the date function is used to generate a single date calendar. In B, do not use calculate and do not use strings within the calendar function. Dates require the date function. In D, do not use calendar without the date function. The date function is required to convert the specified date in datetime format. Question 139. You import a txt file that contains package delivery times. The format in the delivery date column is in datetime format. For example, the first row is 2022-03-20 at 31 EST. You want to analyze the dates, but you are not interested in the timestamp. How could you easily extract date into a new column? So for that, you can add column by example and type 2022-03-20, then set the data type to date. So in Power Query Editor, you can go to add column from examples. Next, type in the date component out of the first row you see 2022-03-20. After Power BI applies to all rows, then the data type of the column to date. Set the data type of the column to date. Do not use the trim function. It is used to remove white spaces in strings. Do not use the value function. It converts a string to a number. Do not use concatenate. It joins two strings together. Question 140. You work for an established mobile app game company and you have a large data set for in-app purchases. The dataset contains over 300k rows. What visuals should you use to identify outliers in the data? So for outliers in data, we usually would use things like scatter, but in this case, we are looking at a bigger data field. So we should use scatter cut to identify outliers in your data. Scatter charts. We should use scatter charts to identify outliers in your data. Scatter charts are useful at displaying patterns in large datasets when displayed with two numeric values. You should not use a key influencers visual. The key influencers visual allows you to discover factors that affect a metric. You should not use a decomposition tree. It allows you to drill into multiple dimensions and conduct root cause analysis. You should not use an area chart or a layered area chart. It is based on the line chart. The area between axis and line is filled with colors to indicate volume. On to 141. One of your queries in Power Query Editor seems to be taking a lot longer to refresh than you expect. You need to understand what Power Query is doing at authoring and at refresh time. How would you go about this? So normally, if something is taking a lot longer to refresh than you expect, the options we usually have, and in this case we run the query diagnostics. It tells you what Power Query is doing at authoring and refresh time in Power BI desktop. Performance Analyzer is used to identify performance issues of visuals and is not used in Power Query Editor. Q&A is a natural language tool to help you interrogate your data and cannot be used to analyze queries. The ALM toolkit is a tool to manage Microsoft Power BI dataset and cannot be used to analyze queries. Question 142. You have created a supplier quality report and are asked to add row level security to your data model. You decide to add dynamic row level security that uses a user's email address. You have a column for a user's email address called user email. What DAX function will you use to create a new role using the user email field? That will be the use principal name. So the use principal name function within Power BI desktop user principal name will return a user in the format user@company-whatever.com. In answer A, user object ID returns the current user's object ID from Azure AD from Azure Analysis server. This function does not return an email address. In answer C, path returns a string that contains a delimited list of IDs, starting with the top root of a hierarchy and ending with a specified ID. Path is often used for employee hierarchies. In answer D, there is no DAX function user domain. Question 143. You work for a bank and have a large dataset for credit card transactions for a city. The data is in Microsoft SQL server database and has over 15 million rows. Before you use the dataset, you want to import a sample of the credit card data. How could you achieve this goal? You add a where clause to a SQL statement in the advanced options to be able to import. So when connecting to an SQL server database, expand the advanced options. Within the advanced options, you can add an SQL statement, write a filter using the where clause to import a sample of the data. In answer A, if you import all the data, you will not have a sample to work with. As there are 15 million rows, you may end up with a difficult model, very difficult to use. A huge model, very difficult to use. In answer C, there is no top N functionality. Top N is a DAX filter used to create measures once data has already been imported. Answer D, there is no option head in the advanced settings to automatically sample the data. Head is a function used in R scripts. Question 144. You have a slicer for categories in a vertical list. How can you get the same slicer in a into a horizontal list of buttons that automatically adapts to size changes as per the below exhibit. So in this case, mm, looking at what we have here, so we will change the orientation to horizontal and toggle responsive on. So under the format pane, select the general drop down. Under orientation, change the setting to horizontal. Lastly, to ensure the visual will adapt to size changes, toggle the responsive switch on. In answers A and B, using buttons and images, you cannot automatically adapt the size changes. These solutions also do not use a slicer, a slider, a slicer. Do not use a slicer. In answer D, changing the background color does not assist with automatically adapting to size changes. So the only option here is to change the orientation to horizontal and toggle responsive on. 145. You have a customer service database that has feedback score from 1 to 5. You create a dashboard with a card visual for the daily feedback score average. The CEO wants to receive an alert if the average score falls below 3.5. How can you achieve this? We create a data alert. Alerts notify you when data in your dashboard changes beyond the limit you set. The limit can be above or below a threshold and can be set on cards, gauges, and KPI visuals. Answer A is incorrect. You do not write a custom R script for data alerts. B is incorrect. A subscription is a recurring snapshot of your dashboard sent to your email. A subscription is not used for data alerts. Answer C is also incorrect. You add emails for service notifications for admins in case of service disruptions. So that is done in tenant settings, and that is only for service disruptions to the admins. 146. Case 1. You have built a report with many pages for a manufacturing company. Your client's feedback is that it is hard to navigate to the important pages of the report. You suggest creating a homepage with links to help guide users to important pages of the report. How would you go about building the homepage? Solution: add pictures that describe report page, then set the image action type to Q&A. Can this technique be used for homepage? No, it cannot be used. By adding pictures and setting the image type Q&A, it does not help solve the problem. To use a picture as a link, question 147. You have built a report with many pages for manufacturing company. Your client's feedback is that it is hard to navigate to the important pages. So you suggest creating a home page with links to help guide users to the important pages on the report. How would you go about building the home page? So create a bookmark for each page. On the home page, create buttons to link to those pages. On the button, change the action type to bookmark for the corresponding page. Can this technique be used? Yes, this technique will work. A bookmark keeps a page in a configured format with filters applied. When you click on the page buttons, on the home page buttons, you are taken to the report page with the bookmark settings applied. 148. So same case, but here the solution is to create shapes, e.g. square, circle, then assign the shapes action to page navigation and whether this technique can be used for the home page. So yes, also this technique will work. Page navigation is supported for buttons, images, and shapes. When you click on the shape, you will navigate to the report page assigned to the shape. Question 149, you have a data set for a market basket analysis as per the below exhibit. Each row represents a transaction and each column contains an item purchased. For instance, in transaction ID 8, there are three products. Product 1, peanut butter. Product 2, frozen pizza. Product 3, ice cream. So for these three products that are shown on the screen, you need to transform your data into the below exhibit. The first column is transaction ID, the second is attribute, and the third is value. How would you transform the data into these three columns? So you would select transaction ID, select and pivot other columns. That way you'll be able to transform the data. So to analyze the data, you need as a minimum a column for the transaction ID and a value column for the item purchased. To do this, select the transaction ID column, then go to the transform ribbon and select and pivot other columns. Do not pivot columns as per answers A and B. Pivoting turns data into columns, whereas unpivoting turns data into rows. If you pivot, you turn to column. Since the exhibit shows data in rows, we want to unpivot. So do not unpivot all columns as you will not get two columns. As you will get two columns, that is the attribute and the value. The value column will mix both the transaction ID with the product purchased. So in that question, the main thing we're just supposed to do is to select the transaction ID and we select and pivot other columns. If you unpivot all columns, it's not the correct way to do it. You'll get attribute and value with the value column mixing both transaction ID and product. You just want to unpivot after selecting transaction ID so that you unpivot the rest. In question 150, for your market basket analysis, you now need to create a new table with all possible combinations of products as per the below exhibit. What DAX function will you use in value position in the expression? So in this basket analysis, there is a filter, there is a value, select columns, then there is value and value 2. So we'll need to use a cross join function here because what we're trying to achieve, we want to create a new table with all possible combinations of products. So it will be a cross join It combines each row from the first table with each row from the second table. For example, for every citrus fruit, there is a corresponding product. The filter function is used to remove duplicate rows. Do not use intersect. The intersect function is used to the rows that exist in two tables. Do not use except. The except function returns the rows of the left side table which do not appear in the right side table. And do not use summarize. This function returns a summary of the input table grouped by specified columns. The input table grouped by specified columns. So the cross join function is the one that will combine each row from the first table with each row from the second table. Question 151. So in that question 151, case 2, you want to join a custom network chart to display your market basket analysis called network and add the advanced network visual. However, your company policy is to not allow custom visuals as a default. So how would you enable a specific custom visual if your company does not allow custom visuals as a default? So in that case, you would add to organizational visuals to enable you see it. So you can add custom visuals to your organizational visuals. You go to the admin portal in the Power BI service and add the network and add the advanced network visual to your organizational visuals list. Now, anyone in your company can use the custom visual. Temporarily allowing all visuals will violate your company's policy. Reproducing a visual is time consuming and may not yield the same results as the custom visual. A request to Microsoft is unlikely to add the custom visual to the standard charts that you have. Question 152. You are a supply chain analytics manager and have data on customer fill rates. A fill rate is a KPI of the fraction of customer demand that is met through immediate stock availability. See the table below, exhibit, for a sample of the fill rate table. You need to restrict a visual to show the bottom 5 customers with the lowest fill rates. So the solution here is to create a measure of the bottom 5 customers using the top n function. And does this solution meet your goal? Because here what you're trying to do is you want to restrict a visual to show the bottom 5. So you can use top n, and that indeed using the top n should be able to meet the function that you want to achieve. You can use top n dax function. You can use the top n dax function to give the top or bottom values in a table. For instance, you could create a table of the bottom 5 values using top n and ascending, such as the below. Fill rate bottom 5 is equals to top n 5 fill rate, fill rate ascending. And then if you wanted the same function to give you the top 5 at the top, it means you would use descending. One thing to note is the top n function does not guarantee the order of the results. When you create your new table, you need to sort the fill rate column ascending or descending before applying the top n. You are a supply chain analytics manager, so the same issue, and you're being asked whether a solution like creating a measure of the bottom 5 customers using rank X function would also meet the goal. And indeed, yes, you can use rank X function to rank your fill rates and then use calculate and a filter to limit the output that you need to see. Question 154. You are a supply chain analytics manager. So for the same question, and here a solution is being given that apply a basic filter on the visual, that is a visual level filter, and see whether that meets the goal. Actually, no. A basic filter will not filter the bottom or top end items. However, if you use a top end filter on the visual, you can get the bottom 5 with the lowest fill rates. Question 155. You have a dashboard that is an important part of collaborative planning in your organization. Since the team is remote, you've been asked to allow users to provide feedback on the dashboard that will be visible to other team members. How would you achieve this goal? Feedback on the dashboard that will be visible to other team members. So A, add sticky notes. B, add comments. C, add to group email. D, add to alerts. So the correct answer is B, add comments. Comments can be added to an entire dashboard, to individual visuals, or can be seen to individual visuals on the dashboard and can be seen by your colleagues. Additionally, when you add a comment to a report, Power BI captures the current filter and slicer values and creates a bookmark. This means that when you select or respond to a comment, the report page or visual may change to show you the active filter and slicer selections when the comment was first added. You cannot add sticky notes to a dashboard. You cannot add a note to a group email through a dashboard. Lastly, you cannot add a note to an alert. 156, you have a HR dataset divided into regions. You use row level security to ensure each manager can only see their region's data. After you publish your report to Power BI service, HR manager calls and complains that they cannot see their data in the APAC region. How would you verify what the HR region is seeing in Power BI desktop? You would validate the HR manager's role using View As and select the region. That is the best answer. You can validate a role in Power BI by going to the Modeling tab and select View As. You can then check a PAC region to simulate what the HR manager sees. Do not use track user activities, as these will not show you the row level security data your user will see. So it's only going to the Modeling tab, View As. Select the region, then try to simulate what they are seeing. Do not remove HR manager's role and reassign. Only do this if you've established that the HR manager has incorrectly or was incorrectly assigned to the wrong region. Also, you can't send the user to your Power BI desktop file, as they will be able to see all region data which they do not have access to. Question 157. Your company has a Microsoft SharePoint site. So the SharePoint site has all the manufacturing bills of materials files in a subfolder. These files are all stored as Excel documents and have the same schema. As part of your analysis for the procurement team, you need to load all the bill of materials files together into a table in Power BI for analysis. You also need to edit some of the columns after the data has been loaded. How would you achieve this goal? So you would the steps to load the set of files from SharePoint is by 1. Get data. 2. Select SharePoint folder. 3. Enter the URL. 4. Navigate to the specific folder. 5. Select combine and transform data. Then A is incorrect as you need to navigate first to the correct folder and there is no import button. Then C is incorrect as you do not enter URL prior to selecting the SharePoint folder as a data type. D is incorrect as there is no custom SQL code. When connecting to Microsoft SQL Server, you can add custom SQL. So in this case, get data, select folder, enter URL, navigate to that folder, then select combine and transform data. In question 158, you have a date table with a date field called date. You want to create a new column with the full month name and the year, e.g. 3rd October 2022. How would you create this DAX expression? And here we see that the answer is D. Format date dd y. So in this case, a dd will give you a date field with a zero such as 03. Will give the full month name. The y will give the full year. That's how you format it if you want it in full. 159, you have sales data formed by company and you calculate a measure of the sales percentage within each category. You need to format the visualization to match the one shown in the exhibit. So looking at the one in the exhibit and how we would achieve this one. So this one is like a bar graph. Yes, it's a vertical bar graph, something like that. And it ranges from the top figures to the lowest one. So in the format pane, expand conditional formatting, select sales percentage category from the drop down, then turn on data bars. So in conditional formatting, select percentage category, then turn on data bars. Question 160. You work for an airline company and have a data set with a direct query storage mode. You've built a report with several visuals on the page. Users complain of performance issues using the visuals in the Power BI report. How would you optimize it? So you would switch off interactions between visuals. You should switch off interactions between visuals to sort of optimize it. Cross-filtering and cross-highlighting interactions cause queries to submit to the data source every time a user clicks on a visual when direct query is used. You can disable interactions at the report level or for each visual on the page that is causing issues to fix the performance issue. In answer A, turning off security filters will not optimize the report and may be necessary for role level security. In answer B, switching off single select for slicers will create more inefficiency. Single select is more optimal than multi-select. And in answer D, removing background images will have a negligible impact to report optimization. Question 161. What data preview type will give you the below exhibit when you click on the standard cost column? So it shows some value distribution. Okay. This looks like the column profile feature. So the column profile feature provides more in-depth because it's giving you the statistical, the mean, average, and all those things. So apart from column distribution, well, column profile feature gives you more detailed in-depth look at the data in a column. Apart from the column distribution chart, it contains column statistics chart. Column quality shows the valid, error, and empty percentages across columns. And then monospaced applies a monospace font to the data. Column distribution provides a set of visuals underneath the names of the columns that showcase frequency and distributions of values in each of the columns. The data in these visualizations is sorted in descending order from the value with the highest frequency. So what we have here is actually the column profile. The column distribution side is the one with the column statistics. The column profile gives a more in-depth look into it. It will give you the statistics and it will even show you how the data is distributed. 162, your company is looking to expand your Power BI resources. Some of the feedback from your team is that it is hard to test Power BI service dashboards fully prior to release. Is there a better way to handle the life cycle of your Power BI report and dashboard creation? And what is the best solution to achieve that goal? So the best one is to create a deployment pipeline across development, test, and production stages. The deployment pipeline tool enables BI creators to manage the life cycle of organizational content. Deployment pipelines enable creators to develop and test Power BI content in the Power BI service before the content is consumed by users. Do not use Power BI report servers. This tool alone will not enable report lifecycle management. Creating separate workspaces is not an efficient way to manage a deployment lifecycle. Paginated reports are used for pixel perfect reporting and will not assist in report lifecycle management. 163, you have a product table as per the below exhibit. You need to convert the standard cost column from a decimal number to currency. How would you achieve this using M-code, converting from decimal to currency? So that will just be by transforming column type currency.type. So use table, transform column type to transform columns from one type to another. When converting from decimal to currency, you use the currency type parameter. Do not use transform column names as this changes the name of the column and not the data type. There is no type USD. Common data types are type number, decimal, int64, dot type, integer, type text, and percentage type. Those are the main types. Then question 1, okay, before that, question 164, you work for crypto exchange and you work for cryptocurrency exchange and have a report of crypto transactions showing monthly trends. Your crypto transaction table has over 60 million rows. You need to optimize the report's performance. Which two actions should you perform? It is set the storage mode on the crypto transaction table to direct query and to create a summary table in the data source with the transactions grouped by month. By creating a summary table at monthly level, the amount of data that Power BI needs to process is significantly reduced when you do a summary table at monthly level. Furthermore, setting the storage mode on the crypto transaction table to direct query means that no data will be copied or imported into the desktop Power BI. As you create or interact with the visualization, Power BI desktop queries the underlying data source, so you are always viewing current data. Do not import the Power BI table, as the 60 million raw data set will create a huge data model, and you need the flexibility to query the most up-to-date data. Limiting the visual types to bar and line graphs will not have an impact on the data model. Question 165. You work for a sports company and you build a Power BI dataset with row-level security in the data model. The company is divided into 3 categories: footwear, apparel, and equipment. In Power BI Desktop, you create rows for each category and you add a DAX filter expression for each role on the product table. You add the Azure Active Directory security group for the category to each role. A new user starts in the equipment category. What is the best place to ensure that the new user can only view equipment data? You add the user to Azure Active Directory of the equipment category. That is the best way. The new user should be added to the Azure Active Directory or the equipment category. Since you have used Azure Active Directory security groups to control membership of the roles, you should add and remove users using the Azure Active Directory. Do not change the DAX filter in Power BI Desktop. The DAX expression is used as a filter on roles displayed for a role that does not control the membership of that role. Membership of roles can either be managed in Azure Active Directory or in Power BI Service. While it is possible to add a user's email to a role in Power BI Service, it is not best practice in this case because we've already set up Azure Active Directory groups to control membership of roles. Adding the user as a workspace member does not assist in row-level security. In the Power BI service, members of a workspace have access to datasets in the workspace. Row-level security does not restrict this data access. The last question in this series, question 166. You lead a Power BI team for turbine manufacturer. Your boss has asked your team to develop a custom, sorry, it's not the last question. Question 166. You lead a Power BI team for a turbine manufacturer. Your boss has asked your team to develop a custom PBI visual in Power BI that shades the turbine areas according to the number of defects. Before you put together a team to develop the custom visual, you look into the steps to develop a custom visual to understand the skills required. When putting up an environment for developing a Power BI visual, what software do you first need to install? So in this case, to develop PBI Viz files, you need to install Node.js, a framework designed to build scalable applications based on the JavaScript language. The steps to set up an environment for a custom visual are you need to install Node.js, then install PBI Viz, then you create and install a certificate, then you set up Power BI service for developing a visual, then you install additional libraries required for developing a visual, e.g. D3. Then do not install C++ as this language cannot be used for PBI Viz files. While Python and R can be used to create custom visuals with Power BI, they cannot be used to create PBI Viz files. Question 167. You have recently set up Power BI service at your company. One of the senior managers expresses concern about publishing reports to the web with sensitive data. What can you do to prevent users from publishing content on the web? In the admin portal, you just need to go to tenant settings and disable publish to web. To disable the ability for users to publish to web, admin portal, admin settings, and publish to web, you click disable or you check disable. These settings allows you to control whether users can use the publish to the web feature. Do not disable allow content sharing with external users. You may need this functionality to share reports and workspaces with approved external users. There are no settings allow URL links or block embedded links. Those ones do not exist. Question 168, which is the last question. You insert a product table into your data model and you find that there are two text issues. One, in product description field, you need to make all characters lowercase. Two, in the product model field, you need to remove trailing white spaces. Which encode commands can help you fix these issues? It is the text.lower stock text.trim. To transform all text to lowercase, we use text.lower. To remove leading or trailing white spaces, we use text.trim. Do not use text.clean. This function is used to remove non-printable characters such as line fields and other control characters. Do not use text.proper. It capitalizes the first letter in each word. So thank you so much for attending to this series of questions, and hopefully by now you would be ready to tackle the PL300 exam. I wish you all the best and pass the word about this channel. In the meantime, just subscribe to the channel to get more information, and also remember that to download the PDF of these questions, check on the link in the description.